National anthem. Thank you. Good evening, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, staff. I see that we have quorum, and I call this regular meeting for the town of Pelham for Monday, April 7th, to order. We will begin with an invocation, which I will lead, followed by the singing of the national anthem, which will be led by Councillor Papp, and I would ask all that are able to rise. Almighty God, giver of life, open our hearts this evening so that we might heed your call. You call us to act with justice. You call us to love tenderly. You call us to serve one another. You call us to walk humbly with you, O God. Send your Spirit upon our meeting this evening and renew our commitment to serving the people of the town of Pelham in these ways that you have called us. Amen.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patron of, in all thy Son's command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Councillor Papp. Thank you all. It has been moved by Councillor Ribbiak, seconded by Councillor King, that the agenda for the April 7th, 2014 regular meeting of council be adopted. I do also have an amendment, I believe, that Councillor Durley will make. And who's your seconder, Councillor?
Councillor Lane.
Councillor Lane will second this. And this is to facilitate, it's actually two amendments here. It's to facilitate the report regarding the memorandum of understanding with Wellspring following the presentation, and then the bylaw immediately following that. So it has been moved by Councillor Durley, seconded by Councillor Lane, that item 13.2.1, which is a Wellspring Niagara MOU report, be considered immediately following 7.1.1 by Wellspring Niagara, and that 16.2, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into an MOU, to be considered immediately following 7.1.1 and 13.2.1 regarding Wellspring Niagara. I would call the question on that amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? That amendment is carried. Are there any other changes or additions to the agenda? Call the question on the amended agenda. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The next item is disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. That is any conflicts of interest of the financial nature. Do any members have any conflicts that they need to declare at this time? I don't see any, Madam Clerk. Can that be so noted in the minutes that no members have any conflicts? So we will begin with a presentation from Wellspring Niagara. And thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening, Mayor Augustine, members of council. It is a pleasure to be here on behalf of Wellspring Niagara Cancer Support Foundation to talk a little bit about Wellspring and why we're here today. It is certainly an honor. So for those of you, I know that council is aware of what Wellspring provides here in the Niagara region. For those in the community who may not be aware, Wellspring is a cancer support center that offers free emotional, psychological, informational, and social support to individuals living with cancer, their families, and their caregivers. When someone is diagnosed with cancer, the diagnosis can be devastating. It brings countless life-altering moments and events for the people for the people who receive the diagnosis and for those who love them. People with cancer are compelled to find a new normal before, during, and after treatment. Priorities shift, relationships change, and life, well, it's just different. And at Wellspring Niagara, we believe that no one has to face cancer alone. Now, the history of Wellspring Niagara, the history of Wellspring in Niagara started in 2001, but actually the model of Wellspring started in 1992 by the woman of Anne Armstrong Gibson. Based on Anne's personal experience with cancer, her vision was to create a Canada-wide network of community-based centers that would offer emotional, social, spiritual, and informational support to individuals and families living with cancer. With the help and encouragement of leading experts in the field of oncology, Anne worked with family, friends, and supporters to establish Wellspring. There are now currently 7 Wellspring centers across Canada, including Wellspring Niagara. All the centers are legally and financially independent of each other, but we all share the same model of programs. Now, the seed was planted by one individual here in the Niagara region, but it took a community to nourish and harvest that seed. And on June 6, 2001, Wellspring Niagara opened its doors, fulfilling the dream of Aldo Mantini, my younger brother, a Niagara resident who lost his life to cancer at age 31. Aldo inspired many in his community to work together to bring this type of supportive care to the Niagara region. And Wellspring Niagara is now proud to be part of a support model that has been recognized as an outstanding example of organizational excellence in community-based care by Health Canada, the Ontario Ministry of Health, and Cancer Care Ontario. So we have a growing need in the Niagara region. And since opening our doors, we've proven that there is a need, and that need continues to grow. All of our programs are currently offered in a 2,000 square foot leased unit in Thorold, and through the generous support of Meridian Credit Union, Wellspring Niagara opened a satellite center in Stevensville in 2006. Since opening its doors, Wellspring Niagara has registered over 46,000 program attendances from men, women, and children who are living with cancer here in the Niagara region. And with cancer rates rising each year, an increasing number of people are becoming aware of the medical merits of community-based supportive care. Wellspring programs are expanding by an average of 10% per year, registering record numbers in attendances year over year. As a result of this growth, Wellspring Niagara's all-volunteer board of directors have been seeking options for expansion. They have identified the importance of securing a site that would best serve people from all across the region, accommodate current programs, and increase program development and capacity. We've been talking to Pelham over the last year, or actually less than that. It seems like it's been a whirlwind. And recently, the discussion of having an opportunity for Wellspring to expand here in Pelham was certainly a welcome offer, and we're full of gratitude by the town of Pelham to even make such an offer potentially available to us. We know that having a generous gift of land by the town of Pelham in East Fonthill will provide Wellspring Niagara with the opportunity to build a home and better meet the growing demand for its programs and the needs of the residents of the Niagara region who are impacted by cancer in their lives. We see people from all over Niagara, and we recognize that the East Fonthill location would be ideal, an ideal location to best serve all the residents of the Niagara region. East Fonthill is exactly the gateway location Wellspring Niagara was looking for to consolidate its 2 current locations into one purpose-built facility to serve its members who come from all across the region. The new Wellspring Niagara Center in Pelham certainly would be a wonderful facility. It will be centrally located in the region, providing easy access and ample parking. The center will be warm and inviting, a place of hope and healing for all people living with cancer and their caregivers. The building will be accessible at all levels. It will have a home-like and welcoming environment. It will be non-institutional and non-clinical. It will be private, confidential space. Usable outdoor garden space will be available for people, and it will have capacity for future growth. So this is a very new beginning for Wellspring, and I know that many people over the years have said over and over again how grateful they are to have a place to go. They're grateful to have a Wellspring in their community. And as I've said before, there are only 7 in all of Canada. And Niagara is very fortunate to have a Wellspring in our region. And I know I can attest from our volunteers, many of them are present here today, some of our staff members who have heard over and over again from people who they don't know what they would have done without Wellspring. And I can personally attest, I know I've personally benefited from it, and I don't know what I would have done without it. So it is a wonderful service that is being provided here in the region, and we look forward to future growth. We look forward to serving more people. And as a not-for-profit charitable organization, Wellspring receives no government funding. We are solely funded by the community, 100% from Niagara. Every dollar that is raised goes into the programs and into the services provided at Wellspring Niagara. So also, although Wellspring started with my brother Aldo, he planted that seed, but the community is who builds it and allows it to flourish and grow. And it belongs to the Niagara region. It belongs to all of you, everyone who lives in this region. And we want people to take advantage of the services that are there. And our board and our staff are committed to providing the services that are so vital and important. So again, on behalf of the Board of Directors, the volunteers, the members and the staff of Wellspring Niagara Cancer Support Foundation, we want to thank you for this opportunity. It's been a long time. And together, we're going to continue to make a positive difference in the life of people who are living with cancer in Niagara. So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very heartfelt. Thank you. And thanks so much for the members of the board that are here. I don't know if there may be some questions from members of council, members of the board, volunteers, staff members that are here to celebrate with us. Your chair of your board, Deputy Chief Joe Matthews, thank you for joining us. Do members of council have any questions for Ms. Mantini or Chief Matthews? So thank you very much. We have been talking about this, and so pleased that it's here. And I think what council wants to do is move ahead. So without further ado, I have a couple of motions here that we have to do. The first has been moved by Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Durley, that the information submitted by the delegation representing Wellspring Niagara be received. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. The next item has been moved by Councillor Durley, seconded by Councillor King. The council receives the issue report regarding Wellspring Niagara Memorandum of Understanding, and the council authorized the mayor and clerk to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Wellspring Niagara as proposed in bylaw 3485, scheduled for consideration on this evening's agenda. Comments or questions regarding this? Councillor Papp.
I don't even know where to begin. Most of you don't know, but a little conversation took place 18 months ago. And here we are 18 months later, and I can't tell you enough, and to the members of the board, Joe, what this means for not only this community, but all of Niagara. having a couple of members of my family pass away, some who used Wellspring, some who also were patients at Roswell and Jovansky. Many of you, along with all the business we do during the night, this is indeed historic. This will present an opportunity to offer relief, comfort, and the opportunity for families, friends, to receive the support during very, very trying times. And I thank my colleagues, the staff, and little did we know, Mayor Dave and Carrie with us, and that night we made the presentation to the board in a little huddled up area, and we thought, oh, I don't know where this is going. And lo and behold, right in the spring is the time for us to enter in this agreement, and we can't think of a better program facility than to be located in Torrey East Fonthill, as we've struggled over the past 10 years to work through, and nothing could be more fitting than to have you there with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Other members of council like to comment? I'm going to say a few more comments. Thank you, Councillor Papp, for recounting how we presented to your board in the fall after raising the issue here at council, how your board investigated the possibilities, how we worked together on this memorandum of understanding. It's really a way to move forward. I understand your board has approved this at your meeting last month on the 31st. And what this does is it really allows us to agree to work together on a long-term lease for land so that you can construct, as you've outlined in the presentation, the service that you do in the community. We are so pleased to partner with Wellspring on this. So many people in our community here in Pelham and across Niagara, unfortunately, have been negatively impacted and touched with cancer. The clinical side is one thing, but you're the heart side. You're the side that makes it somewhat bearable, somewhat able to for people to pick things up and to move on and to live. And so I'm very, very pleased that our council has agreed to sign this memorandum of understanding with you to essentially gift this land to you in perpetuity as long as you need it, so that you can build the services that you need for all of Niagara. We're so pleased that it is in the East Fonthill lands, and that, as you've said, you were looking for a location that is accessible by all in Niagara, and we're so pleased that those lands are that area. So I'm going to, unless there's other members of council, I'm going to, Councillor Durley, go ahead, sir.
Make a brief statement.
Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor. This is a very exciting evening. It's a win for everybody. It's going to help the town of Pelham. It's going to help you folks do the valuable service that you provide. It's going to help just everybody, and I wish you more success than I could ever wish anybody, because I know you do a great job. Continue the good work, and we're very happy. Welcome to the town of Pelham.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, councillors. Thank you. I'm going to now call the question on the motion to enter into the memorandum. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Papp, seconded by Councillor King. The Council of the Town of Pelham, having given due consideration to the following bylaw, do now read a first, second, and third time and do pass the same, and that the mayor and clerk be and are hereby authorized to sign and seal the bylaw. Bylaw 3485, 2014, being a bylaw to declare certain town-owned lands surplus and to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a memorandum of understanding agreement with Wellspring Niagara for the lease of said lands. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried unanimously as well. Round of applause, I think, is in order. Wonderful. We have a table here. I would ask the clerk, myself, the CAO, Joe Matthews, and to come down. We'll sign it, and members of council, members of the board, volunteers, if you could kind of group around us, and perhaps that can be a nice photo, but we certainly want as many people involved in this.
guys so much.
So this is the bylaw, that's the agreement.
Okay, here we go.
There we go. You want members of the board, other members of your board? Sure.
Yeah.
You guys want to join? Whoever wants to join in with Walter, please come in.
Sue?
She's on the board. She's taking your job, Joe. Watch out.
Can I include my mom in this?
Yes, of course.
Mom, I want you here. I want you here. Okay, stand behind me. Hey.
Signing a marriage certificate.
I know.
Raiders can't put it on its own.
I wish all council meetings were this much
We're nice here, not like
You're just balancing things out for you.
Sign, seal, and about to be delivered.
Welcome to Pal. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Was a bit emotional, wasn't it?
That's right. Put the bulletproof vest on.
Yeah.
Thank you all. The next item of business, and then I know that some are, I would just ask you stay for this next item. This is a real pleasure as well.
Absolutely.
I guess it was last week, we received a special award. And I received it on behalf of council. And Ms. Van Ravensway and I received it on behalf of the community, and Ted and Benita Reel were there as well. But we wanted to make sure that we shared it with those that have done the work. That special award is something called the Award of Excellence. It's from Parks and Recreation Ontario. It says, "Congratulations to the Isaac Reel Memorial Skate Park, Town of Pelham, for outstanding contributions to Parks and Recreation in Ontario. Excellence in Design Award 2014. As you know, the skate park was supported by the Aviva Community Fund and by so many donors in the community. And we had a wonderful group of individuals, including Isaac's parents, his brother, his friends, and skateboarders in the community who came together to design a park along with New Line skate parks. They were simply designing it the best park that they knew how, a park to honor their friend, a park to honor their brother, their son. But it was put forward as a possibility for an award, and now it is not only recognized in our community as an outstanding park, but certainly across the entire province. So we are so proud to have won this provincial award, and we wanted to, they actually have a meeting later on this evening, and we said, would you please come to council so that we can present it to you in the same way that we received it at the Parks and Recreation Ontario Conference the other week. So we certainly appreciate the design volunteers, the donors, the many sponsors who helped make this skate park a reality and now an award-winning community asset. So I would ask Deputy Mayor Kersey to assist me along with Vicki Van Ravensway to present this to members of the Skate Park Design Committee. Thank you. Everybody, come on up. It's like we're doing this or something.
I'm a hugger.
Great job.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for your hard work. What you're planning to do, I guess, right now is to actually put together the grand opening. We had the reveal, the real reveal, back in late December, or early December, sorry. And now you're putting together the grand opening, which is coming up on the 31st of May. So we absolutely look forward to that. Thank you very much for your ongoing work on this, and congratulations to you. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Certainly not prepared, but I'm just thankful for the town of Pelham and the way they have led and helped us through this. This is certainly not our doing. Number one, it's without our son, this wouldn't be happening. Number two, without the support of the Friends of Isaac and certainly the town of Pelham and with the mayor. Without their support, this wouldn't be where we are today, and we're most thankful as a family and the support of the community as well. So that's what we're most thankful for.
We're going to hang this here in Town Hall in the hallway so all can see as you come in to the council chamber. And we also talked about, I think it was raised at council, that we would put a specific logo on the skate park to signify to all that use it that it received this provincial award. So once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you. If you want to leave, now's a good time. Make some room for others. Thank you.
What a way to get notoriety. Somebody said the same thing to this week. All the good. They're 31 years old and you look at our kids.
I know when she's talking now, I'm tearing up when she's talking.
Just
Norma Draper.
Why's a crazy Pat?
Thank you all. We'll see you soon. Thanks. Take care.
Hey, how you doing? Come on.
I was with it, so I know we got a couple of questions.
Our next item of business is a presentation of Leisure Plan Phase 2 report. We have with us this evening John Stevenson and Norma Draper. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you again.
Good. So this is part 2 of the process that we initiated with the demand studies. And what we want to do tonight is highlight what we've done and our recommendations to you in terms of moving forward on this.
Obviously, advance the slide. Just hit the space bar.
That page up. So if you remember from the phase 1, there were a series of conclusions in terms of demand for certain types of programs and activities, which would be accommodated in facilities. Since that time, we have conducted some more consultation with minor hockey to clarify their projections of demand and to confirm that they're in agreement with what our projections of demand in the future would be. And we also had discussions with representatives of senior management of the YMCA concerning the potential for some collaboration in the future with the municipality. The components were an indoor arena, ice pad, and that we were talking about phased development of a twin pad facility, with the first pad to be a replacement for the existing facility and a second indoor ice pad developed just beyond 2024 based on projected population growth and the impact on participation demands. Then there were a series of multi-purpose spaces, including a large multi-purpose room or hall, a meeting room, a double gym, fitness class studios, multi-purpose rooms, indoor walking, running track, and an area for physical and cardio conditioning equipment and weights, as well as the potential for relocation of the Municipal Recreation, Culture, and Wellness Department. In terms of what we did in this part, we looked at how can we accommodate the programs and activities that we identified as being required and over time, as well as what are the implications of facility development. So we wanted to look at options and then do some preliminary capital costing of those options. And in very general terms, the two options were to develop the facilities either as standalone individual facilities or to integrate them in a combined facility. So we looked at those two approaches. So if we look at the arena, we developed a space program that would accommodate the programs and activities as well as all the support areas that would go into a new arena. Again, with the capacity to win in the future. So we developed a space program, detailed space program, which you see in the report. And it equaled a facility of 40,475 square feet gross space, including an 85 by 200 ice pad, spectator seating for 250, 7 dressing rooms in total, and all the support areas that would go with that. Phase 2, 2024, would be 35,790 square feet of additional development, comprised mainly of a second ice pad, 85 by 200, which is the NHL standard, spectator seating for 550, so a larger capacity spectator facility than the first phase, and again, 7 dressing rooms and support areas. In the report, you'll see we also did a space program for a twin pad arena, so you could compare it. When we looked at the multipurpose community center component, as a standalone facility, it was 43,575 square feet gross building space. That includes a double gym, a walking running track, fitness center that would be comprised of 2 multi-purpose rooms, large rooms, that would be used for fitness, group fitness activities, as well as areas to support the machines and weight areas. A preschool program space that could be used for other multi-purposes such as babysitting. A large multi-purpose room or hall and a community meeting room. And then support services for the administration of the delivery of those services, as well as change rooms, a consultation interview room, the administration offices for the potential relocation of the municipal department, and all the support areas. The second development approach would be the integration of the arena and the community center into a complex. This allows us to share some spaces in terms of common areas. So the total gross square feet of the combined facility is 82,200 square feet. And you can see we have a breakdown of how the different components of the facility represent the space in the proposed facility. We developed very preliminary capital cost estimates of total development cost of the facilities. So it's not just construction. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the costs, as they said now, do not include provision for LEED designation, but we note that you would probably likely go for silver designation, which probably will boost the cost about 5%. If you look at the comparison of the standalone facilities, that is what I want to highlight, you'll see that we build the prices up by components associated with the building, site development, equipment and fittings, soft costs associated with design, legal fees, and then an 8% contingency. So a single ice pad as a standalone facility, we estimate to be between 11.6 and $15.4 million. Total project costs, including contingencies and site development. The community center, same formulas, is $11.3 to $12.5 million total project costs. And the integrated facility, so that's the arena and all the community center components, is $22 to $26 million. So if you compare just the estimate of the capital costs of potential development, the standalone approach represents a more expensive approach, just in terms of capital cost development, of about $1.1 million. That doesn't include consideration of land and all those other things. So our preferred approach that we're recommending is the integrated approach because it uses less total site area. It allows for the sharing of outdoor spaces like parking areas and circulation access points. It also allows for the sharing of indoor common spaces like lobbies, meeting rooms, the multipurpose hall, public washrooms. And it's the only option, from our opinion, that would create a landmark signature municipal building. If we did the standalone approach, we would have two separate kind of smaller scale medium facilities. In general, we just provided information about the approaches that could possibly be explored, about design and construction, and identify benefits and disadvantages associated with each. We don't make a recommendation because there are so many factors that will influence that, so we provide information about the different approaches. The next step was to go forward and develop a business plan, a proposed business plan, for the management and operation and the delivery of the services. And what we did was we looked at the components, we call them business units or service units, that would be provided in the facility. And we started to group them because that helped identify the preferred model or preferred approach for the management and operation of the facility. So the first kind of bundle of services that we're recommending is that the municipality, through the department, would be responsible for the management, operation, and scheduling of the public use of the ice pad, concession vending services, the large multi-purpose room hall, the meeting room, and any contracted services in the facility. For the fitness center, which includes the gymnasium, dressing rooms, the indoor walking track, running track, that there's an opportunity for the management, operation, and the provision of that service through a partnership with the YMCA of Niagara. So that's a component of the services that would be offered and a component of the facility. And we identify the physical spaces that would fall within that agreement. It's premature, and it would be inappropriate to specify the nature of that agreement. That should be, if that's the path you want to take, the next step really is to start exploring the nature of that potential agreement. And then the public areas would be shared, and they're shared between the different service areas, but in this sense, if you followed the recommended approach with the fitness component being the Y, it would be shared between the municipality and the Y. So the lobby spaces, viewing areas, and public washrooms, and that would be part of an agreement that you would enter into for the management and operation costs of those. But the day-to-day operation of those common shared spaces would be the responsibility of the municipality, and it could be charged back to the different users. very general in terms of governance, because we're talking about a hybrid model of management and program delivery where the municipality would be responsible overall for the facility and a component of it, and another service provider, we're recommending the Y, but another service provider would be responsible for something else, that we would require an advisory committee of some form to be established to oversee issues associated with setting policies and procedures and to resolve day-to-day management and operation issues. Again, that's something that's typically discussed and is a condition of any partnership or collaboration agreement or a fee-for-service agreement. For the municipal components, we did a more detailed business plan because we could take our demand analysis and extrapolate them into potential use and utilization of those facilities, and we could make assumptions about user fees and how the pattern of use would fluctuate. And we could also make assumptions about how the municipality would have to staff up to manage and operate the municipal component. And we made projections about operating hours and the operational expenditures that may be associated with the provision of this facility. So I asked Norma to just briefly go through our projections of the municipal component of the service delivery.
So there's a number of major items for expenditures that you can expect to incur. Based on the functional allocations that John just talked about, we identified staffing requirements, basically about 1.5 more full-time staff. We used your existing salaries, wages, and benefits to allocate a cost to that. For utilities, we developed a per square foot cost based on your existing costs and also what's going on in the region, and applied it to our square footage projections of building size and came up with the utilities you could expect. Services, supplies, materials, repairs, maintenance, that's almost everything else. But you should probably not see as great an expenditure with a new facility on things like equipment and facility repair and maintenance. We allocated an amount for insurance for both the arena and the community center component. Advertising, not so much for the use of the arena because it'll be full 100%, but to promote the community center components for community use. And we're assuming that the majority of the exterior building repair, maintenance, and waste collection will still be taken care of by, or the costs associated with them will be allocated to other departments such as operations. Revenues, we have 4 major areas. We took the demand from the first phase of the study, programs and activities, facility rentals, that includes rentals for the ice, the arena floor, the large multi-purpose room hall, which will also, if developed as part of a complex with the arena, will function as your hospitality blue line room and a community room. And we also assumed a charge back to the Recreation, Culture, and Wellness Department for theoretical use of the facility and advertising. Oh, and the concessions, sorry. Food and beverage, you'd continue to provide food and beverage in a slightly different design. A pro shop, probably through a contract service, and vending machines. So I separated out the projected operational revenues and expenditures by business unit. So I've done one for the arena and then one for the municipally operated components of the community center. For the arena, you're looking at in the order of $346,000 in expenditures for the first year of operation. Revenues. Expenditures in the amount of $355,000 and with a net expense of $9,000. Now, like I said, that's a little lower than you're used to because you won't have the expenditures associated with facility and equipment repairs and rentals in the first 5 years or so, because it's a brand-new facility, brand-new equipment. And for the community center, we projected revenue to be about $98,000, expenditures about $221,000, with a net expense in the order of $122,000.
So those projections are based on a whole set of assumptions, and they do not include any revenue or from the fitness component or any shared costs that are attributed to the operation of the fitness center that could be charged back, and we would have as revenue. So these are all the costs that we could project based on the assumptions. The assumptions are identified. We can change the assumptions and see what happens to the projections. The nature of any agreement in terms of a potential partnership in other communities where they exist goes into details about the whole financial operational costs, how it's shared, what's shared, how decisions are made, as well as the user fees that would be charged and the nature of the public access to any service areas that are provided by a non-municipal provider. And what would be good is if, assuming that everything progressed in that point, that an updated pro forma estimate of the financial performance of the facility could be done as those kind of terms are looked at. As something you do to help you shape and understand your negotiation position, whether it be with the Y or anybody else. In terms of the how would you or how do we propose that you move forward, there's a series of decisions that have to be made, but perhaps the most important step would be to begin to enter into negotiations with the YMCA concerning this potential partnership or collaboration. Because until that has either been explored in more detail, the provision of that service remains in suspense, I guess. So from our perspective, that's perhaps the most important priority. So in the most objective way, I want to know that we can have a potential deal or a partnership, an agreement suitable to both parties that works and will provide the service and is the most efficient and effective delivery of service to the residents. Or if we don't have that, then we have to have a plan B. In the meantime, it's also a detailed capital plan should be put in place in terms of the financing of the facility. We have very preliminary space plans and costs associated with those. So you have a ballpark figure of what the facility would have as an impact to capital dollars. We did review the space programs with the YMCA, and they did agree that the spaces that we're proposing in terms of the facility would be suitable and acceptable to them as a potential facility sizing and designated spaces. So assuming all that proceeded, then you would, go into the actual development phase, and we just put down, typical time periods of what could be implied in terms of the process if we continue along. So design, documentation, construction could be 1 year to 2 years, depending on timing, really associated with the financial part of the capital. And then construction a period, I think you should base a plan on 18 to 24 months. Could possibly be done quicker, but we should be starting with allow a good amount of time so that our schedules don't all hinge on, a unreasonable track record of proceeding. We also did an analysis of all these things back to our assumption about when do we twin that facility. And we're still, in the worst case scenario, we're still like 7 or 8 or 9 years out. So, and I did the calculations of, does it make sense to build now and leave it? And it doesn't make sense at all. Because I think what would happen, we could build the structure, but the minute you'd have it, there would be demand to say, well, you've got it, you might as well operate it. And we've got like 5% demand for prime time. So it would just create this silly situation. So that's why, having gone through phase 2, we are still consistently recommending that it be phased, the second ice pad. And minor hockey did go through this in detail with us, and they agreed that the demand we projected is what they see as well. Okay, and really, if you just think of the top 2 are the most important things to consider at the present time, assuming that our recommended facility approach, there's some agreement to, and that the proposed approach to the management and operation of the facility, that there's agreement to. And in terms of the status of our project, I'd like to treat the report you receive as a draft report, and we can go back and change it or make alterations or expand it if you need to, and then that would be finalized. The business plan assignment that we were contracted to do, we would have completed. So that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson and Ms. Draper, for your presentation. Wonder if members of council have any questions for you. Councilor Ribbiak, want to start it off?
Thank you. Just a quick one to start, just a detail. I'm not sure I caught how the Y gets paid. I don't see it in the revenue or expenditure.
So what happens is you want to enter into an agreement, and there's all different types of agreements. It could be a fee-for-service agreement. It could be they see it as an opportunity, so they'll enter into that and they'll provide it, and you negotiate all the financial parameters. So there's not a standard approach in terms of the financial arrangement about the revenue and how the revenue is treated or the costs. So in some municipalities, a Y can come in and provide the service based on you paying them a certain amount of money to manage and operate that component of the facility, and all revenues would flow to you. There are other ones where it's a much more a true partnership, where they assume part of the liability and risks associated with operation, and so the financial arrangement is different.
Thank you. I think I understand that. I just wanted to know whether the space for them is accounted for in the numbers.
Yes.
So it's there.
So we haven't put an expense associated with the management and operation of that component, because I don't know what that expense would be or what that potential revenue would be. I do have part expenses applied to that space in terms of general facility maintenance and operation, in terms of staffing. So if they came in, it wouldn't have an impact on our staffing requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lane?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is getting my head around the, quote, capacity to twin this arena. Is that merely setting aside extra property to put another building up?
So there's a number of components. Certainly there's a site. You have to have the space for it. You also have to configure the structure and the roof so that you can twin it in an efficient way. You don't want to create valleys where snow accumulates in that. So it's partly during the design. And when you build or design it and you build the structure, all the systems, mechanical, electrical systems, are designed and constructed to allow them to be expanded.
For the ice plant.
So they would be sort of in the middle of when the second one was built? They would be common to both of those facilities?
Yes, that's correct, yeah. So what happens if you don't design it and construct it with the intention of twinning it at some time? you may find that you compromise your potential to twin it. So you, because it has an impact not only on the arena, but the lobby and the common areas, and the concessions and all that. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Others with questions? Councillor Kersey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I understand your comments about the Y being in a variety of different types of arrangements. Would it not be possible to present a number of those scenarios in this report? Because if general public reads this report, all they're going to see is that over the course of a 5-year period, the building loses $700,000 without reflecting any allowance for cash flow from the Y component. Or, I mean, another option in this is to go to the private sector and find private operators that would lease space from the town to operate the various facilities that are envisioned here. So it seems to me to make it a more comprehensive report and better reflect the operations of that particular building, it would be helpful to have those scenarios outlined, albeit not cast in stone, but at least some reflection on the types of money that might be able to be generated from the other fairly large component of this building. So
I do understand that. So in similar situations, I guess what you have to do is move. So I really do understand your request, or how that would be helpful. Is it realistic, or are the numbers that you're going to be developed through this projection going to be helpful in any ways? Practically, no. Because you're entering into a negotiation period or thing where you want everything to be on the table. And basically the position of the Y and the Y board has been to indicate a willingness to enter into discussions to look at a potential partnership or collaboration about this. So any projections I would do would be based on assumptions about revenue and expenditures, which are going to be Y expenditures, their staffing people and their supplies, and make assumptions about rates they'll charge. To me, that sort of like compromises the negotiation process, because what you want to do beforehand, I think, is talk about what is the best model, service model, and then say what's the financial implication of that. So there's some decisions, I think, which are more important. Like, is it a membership-based plus pay-as-you-go model, or is it just a pure membership-based model? Or is it a hybrid of all those things? And how much time do you want to negotiate for free access to the public? There's just so many variables that they render any projection I do meaningless. And I'm not trying to say that it doesn't make sense to need that kind of information. It's just to provide it now would be so hypothetical to make it sort of meaningless. So I could give you a number. It would just be based on a whole bunch of assumptions that may have nothing to do with what you want to do.
having said all that, surely there are models out there that are very successful, and both for the community and the Y. And at least as the starting point for this council, it would lend to the understanding of where we might go in the negotiations. And definitely from the point of view of the public, to fairly reflect this property and this development, to not have it reflected in this report in any way, kind of skews the way the facility is going to be viewed by the public.
Well, so what we're saying is you enter into negotiations to see if you can develop a partnership. Each Y agreement with each of their municipal clients is very different. And it reflects a whole bunch of decisions that the municipality and the Y has entered into in terms of the level of service that's provided. It's got less to do with just the facts of the facility. So what typically would happen is that the first part of negotiation is you would sit down with the Y, and they would show you 6 or 7 examples of that kind of potential partnership, and they would show you their financials. And then you would talk to their municipal clients and see the pros and cons. because there are such a diverse range of approaches that I think I'm happy to do it, but I really am saying it's a bit of a waste of time. And the worst thing that will happen is that a number will be out there in terms of that represents potential revenue. So typically what the step would be, you enter into just an agreement to discuss it. The Y shows you all the different models. And they use comparable facilities and comparable services. And they say, here's one that's fee for service and here's what happens. I understand. I don't know how better to answer the request. We can do assumptions, but I'm assuming things about an organization that it's not me, right? So I'm going to have to assume all kinds of things about their staffing and their salaries and wages and how they're going to structure it, which is not public information, if you understand.
So you're not privy to any of that information? You've not been involved in any of the
I'm
other
the
contracts?
Yeah, I am, but that's confidential information. You're my client.
Okay. Would it be possible then to produce another scenario where we went to the private sector? Forget the Y, we go to the private sector, we look at a lease of space scenario or a management space. There must be documentation out there that's public that could at least paint some picture here.
If you want to look at that, so I looked at hybrid models, I looked at municipal service provision, and our recommendation is the WISE because it's the most like a public thing. It has the capacity and capabilities to do it, and it represents an opportunity. We could do the private model for you because we kind of looked at the assumptions about that, but I would not recommend that as the preferred management and operation approach. I just wouldn't recommend it. We're talking about the delivery of a public, kind of quasi-public level of service at fees, which are ensuring accessibility to everyone, regardless of their income. And we want to have a situation where we, the municipality, has access to this facility for municipal programs and for free time use by members of the public. So for a private operator, they would just basically come in and say, we will charge you, we'll staff it with a minimum staffing, and we'll charge you sort of like a management fee.
But having said that, in the alternative, we could go to the private sector and say, we have 15,000 square feet of space, we want to run these types of programs, are you interested in leasing it off of us?
But a private operation of a fitness club is very different than the kind of services we're talking about providing. We're talking about, we said we wanted to provide this facility because there was demand for members of the public to participate in these activities. That's all ages of participants. You'll see that the private sector provides adult health clubs. They don't provide fitness activities to children typically, right? So part of our component is already not going to be served by a private operation in terms of the delivery of the programs and activities. If we were just looking at adult level of services, it would be easier to look at the potential delivery by a private sector. But the standard of service or programs and activities that we're talking about being delivered, all age groups, we don't discriminate, we don't, fees not driving the ability to participate, right? Everybody gets a chance to participate. We have public access. That's not the private sector health and fitness model. So you would have to look at, rather than sort of leasing the space and having a private sector do it for you, you would be looking at entering into an agreement with a private sector to manage and operate a facility on your behalf. not provide programs and services, because that's not what they do, right?
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Counselor, further, or,
No,
okay?
I'll leave it at that.
Counselor Durley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had several questions about the YMCA and your emphasis on that, but I think you pretty well did that. I'm not going to beat that dead horse on that. Building on what Councilor Kersey did say, though, when we're presenting this at a public open house, there's going to be a number there that says there's a big hole that's going to be a cost. And I can see exactly where he's coming from. There is an anticipated revenue there that is going to change that number. You don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. However, when the people get their first look at this, they're going to say, oh, first impressions are lasting. That's going to cost too much money. We're not even going to listen to you anymore. Okay, so what we need to do is have a package that really we can present to the public and say it is affordable and this is why. If we have that big gap of 700,000, let's say that could be a possible revenue stream that's not going to be there, that's going to be a heck of a difference in the numbers in the revenue that's coming through. And I can see Councilor Kersey's point. Giving this information to the public is going to be very difficult for them to understand if, in fact, that big gap is there. And the costs are going to look prohibitive. I don't want to see that.
I understand the comment, and just for clarity, because we're starting, right? The number is $122,000, not $700,000.
Well, over 5 years, it's $700,000.
5 is $137,000. And this is each year, right?
Yeah, Counselor,
And what this is subsidizing, this cost is actually the cost of subsidizing the use of multi-purpose rooms and meeting rooms for public use, not for the Y, or not for anybody else for the fitness component,
yeah.
right?
This, through you,
Councilor
Mr.
Early,
Mayor,
go
this is
ahead.
my point
You have the
exactly.
floor.
This is the revenue stream that's coming through for everything but what the Y may operate. Okay, so it leaves a big hole in the reporting.
It also doesn't reflect the revenue that you would receive from the expansion of your municipal delivery of programs, which you can't do now because you don't have the facility. We haven't shown anything in here associated with the department's program revenue. Okay? This is just the bricks and mortar and cleaning it and all that stuff. We're providing an enhanced level of service just for the municipality associated here. We've just identified a very kind of conservative estimate of revenue. There's another component, you're right. There's gymnasiums, there's the dressing rooms, and all that fitness component, which has the potential to generate net revenue. But it could, depends on the level of service, the programs and activities and the hours of operation and the fees that you want to charge.
This answer is just about the same as I gave you on the 3-page or 2-page questions that I gave you before. I got no answer. Okay, I'm not going to say anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Pap?
So, picking up on both what my colleagues are saying, and thanks, John, for the through you, Mr. Mayor. I think what we're looking at is presenting the best possible realistic case scenario that sort of gives us a sense for us and general public that this, at the best case, would be a break-even proposition, including the delivery of enhanced programs and services and possibly whatever we expand on ICE service, because we haven't even, if there's other potential teams or anything to come in, that's revenue in itself. So I think it's worthy for us to look at it that way. And I'll be the devil's advocate, and forgive me this. The other case scenarios, forget about the why, and then we look at it, we operate the whole thing ourselves. You know, and you look at and cost that out. And ask yourself, you know, where are you going to end up there? I mean, that's something, but I mean, I think we're trying to establish a scenario that I think there's a generally, we had this discussion this afternoon, there's generally people will pay for what they think is real value coming out of a building, and then they will work towards, if in fact there is even somewhat of a deficit, to help offset that, as long as they see that the value enhances and strengthens. So I would be also looking for some sort of that scenario, basically saying, if we put this component in, we'll end up at this level as far as operational expenditures. And what you've explained to me is clear. This is just basic, running the building, cleaning it all. This doesn't include anything else that Vicky may or may not, or anything else we may or may not rent out, whether it's convention conferences, right? Any sort of shows, right? Because there'd be other uses for the arena besides just the hockey and other ice facilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I feel more comfortable because once we get through those, then, then we have to make that decision point. Whoever the service deliverer is, if it is in fact the Y or ourselves, does it make sense? Is it given good value for what? And I hate to use this, but people will pay for good service. They feel if they're getting good value, they will pay that extra amount. I mean, I've experienced this in other venues. But you don't want to be in a situation where you put it out, build it, and then eventually they lose interest, and we've made wrongful, how can I say, projections, and the pro formas don't match up, and next thing we know, we're in the hole. And we have neighbors to our, neighbors who've experienced this, yet we also have neighbors that have built places where the Y is involved in this arena, and so far, they're losing, for all intents and purposes, they're running a deficit. Well, generally speaking, and I can say it for my own, the people are generally happy with it, and they're willing to accept it for the time being, unless it becomes so draconian that they cannot, that it just, nobody's using it but place. Because that's the worst thing, like you said, is you build another, even with the arena, you build a second arena, and nobody's using it, what's the point? But I think we can get there, but I am cognizant with both Councilor Kersey and Councilor Doherty's things, the acknowledgement and the public input, and are you satisfied? I mean, are we confident enough that we can build enough in the way of services a level with, I'll count on the staff and say, we can meet this, we can cover this off somehow. So that's, thanks, Mr. Mayor, for that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Let's get a response.
Well, so I do respect and understand what you're asking for. And so my response, I'm not trying to dodge it.
No.
What I'm trying to say is that what we've done here is give you the benefit of our experience in similar situations and other municipalities, okay? So you'll have other municipalities that had a consultant say, you can take this wellness fitness component and you can go to the market and there will be private sector interest and there'll be Y interest. And there was no private sector interest because of the nature of the service. So this is what we, this is our business, this is what we do. So I don't see I, as your consultant, didn't see any value on building a private sector case because the services that I want to provide don't lend themselves to private sector delivery. Some of them do, but the range of services didn't. At the best, it would lend itself to a contract to kind of oversee the physical facility. And I don't need that. I need someone to deliver the programs. So what are my other options? Well, I have the municipal option. At the present time, we don't have the capacity or capability to do that. So it means building staff resources to do that. I know through experience that I can provide similar services through an arrangement with a nonprofit charitable organization, such as the Y, and provide comparable services to the public at less cost than a municipal operation from experience. So why I'm recommending, let's look at case number one, if there really is the potential for collaboration and a partnership. Because it's quite possible that the Y might say, thanks, but no thanks.
That's right.
So then we'd come back and say, okay, what do we do with the municipal operation? So at this point, we're at a preliminary business plan. I understood you asking me, what's the best approach to move forward? And I'm saying, I do recommend that the best approach for the provision of those services, due to their nature, would be a collaboration with the Y. The terms and condition is a negotiated thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and I won't be as long this time, Mr. Mayor, I promise. So, I'm going to put you on the spot. Based on what you've shown us, on a very high-level basis, what you're suggesting, notwithstanding, we still got to rationalize all the operational finance, it would be an integrated model of a community center and an ice pad with the possibility of adding a secondary plant 10 years from now. Is that, am I
Correct.
overstating it?
No, that's correct.
Okay. The capital dollars that you've shown in here, and the finance experts, because God knows when I get my bank statement, I have a heart attack, but the bottom line is, are these dollars that you're quoting, through you, Mr. Mayor, is this current capital dollar levels, right? So
Correct.
there'd have to be some sort of an inflationary
Correct.
cost built in?
Correct.
So 21 to 26 could be, depending on when we start, right?
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause I've
And
been
we've
through this-
allowed 8% contingency. but-
Contingency
Right.
for, that's right, so because if, who knows what, down the road where it ends up.
Yeah.
Trying to be positive,
Oh,
not
no,
negative
yeah.
about it, so, okay, that's all I need to know. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Counselor. Other counselors for the first time?
Could I also, just
Go ahead.
for information, the unit costs that we have in the construction estimates are conservative on the higher end as opposed to being entrepreneurial
Okay,
on
that's
the
good.
low end. Okay, so I'm looking to advise you at almost the worst case scenario as opposed to the best case scenario.
Okay, thank you, and we
good.
appreciate that. That's how projections should be, right? So thank you for that. I have a couple of questions, and I know Councilor Ribbiak has some questions he'd like to ask for a second time. The repair and maintenance, it was talked about in the slide, but I don't see it, for example, on this revenue and expenditure page, and I don't see it in the report. Where are those?
Well, they'll be minimal for the first 5 years, so I didn't include it.
Okay, and the same with the arena. I know from speaking with the former executive director of the YMCA, for instance, Mr. Butts, when they built the Niagara Center Y, they budgeted, for example, that in 10 years' time, the pool pump needs to be replaced, or in 15 years' time, the roof needs to be replaced. So I guess one might call those life cycle costs. Are those life cycle costs in here?
No.
They're not?
Projection doesn't include an allowance for capital reserve funds or life cycle costs. No.
Okay. That was my other piece about the capital, so
Yeah.
the cost of the capital and.
This is just about the delivery of the service.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't include that.
And by the same token, it doesn't include, I don't think it does, the current investment that we make in the various facilities that we have. So in the arena, I don't want to quote a number, but does operate in a deficit, and there are capital costs associated with that.
Yeah, it doesn't include that.
So is that part of the phase here when you say about next steps, establish and secure capital financing and approvals? That's the piece where you'd really sort of hammer those details out. Just maybe walk us through that.
Well,
You've talked a lot about the agreement, the potential agreement with a Y, for instance. Talk about the establish and secure
if you
capital
went-
financing, please.
Try to go back to this chart.
It was toward the end, I guess, or?
So if you see, this is the cost estimate. You see the allocations there. So that forms sort of like the theoretical capital budget, proposed capital budget. And what you do, typically you would do, is the next step is say, well, what's our capital financing plan to be? So what are our sources of potential capital dollars? So there may be development charges, there may be grants that exist at the present time. Are we interested in community fundraising? Are we looking for donations or sponsorship of this facility? And you would build that up and make some assumptions associated with these numbers. So these numbers are supposed to guide and inform that process.
Okay. And then from there, including the other pieces and how would we pay for those elements? Okay.
So this includes the building, the site, everything, and all parts of that complex, the arena, the community center, the fitness component, the whole thing, right? So typically what is done is you take that number and say, okay, what are our options? And the treasurer typically would come back and say, well, we have a number of options of how we could do this, depending on what we have in reserves, what our debenture situation is, what what appetite there is for community fundraising, those kind of issues.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just maybe a quick small question. You propose that it's a smaller spectator space in the first pad as opposed to the second pad. Is there a rationale for that?
The user groups didn't need any more space allocation for spectators than what we had in the first pad. But when we have 2 pads, we're hoping that you could develop the tournament market,
Okay.
which may require more capacity for spectators.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Councilor Ribbiak, you had another second question?
I did, Mr. Mayor. It had to do with capital, and I think you may have covered some of it. Clearly, if there's a cost of $130,000 to $140,000 a year, there's no opportunity to contribute toward capital costs. But at some point, I think it's going to be very useful for us to know, in a worst-case scenario sort of demonstration, what the actual total cost would be per resident or per household with regard to the cost of building this thing. So obviously the $25 million financed
Right.
results in a monthly cost. Then there's this operating cost. And eventually, as you point out, replacement costs down the line. I think that's going to be an important number for us within the town to understand, to go forward with this.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's probably why colleagues around the table were so interested in getting those numbers and the association level with potentially the Y, which is what's being suggested.
So
Mr. Stevenson?
typically you wouldn't agree to do this development and proceed without
Yeah.
getting the information
Right.
to inform that. And to do that, you need to begin to see if there's a partnership opportunity, and a lot more work has to be done in terms of the next phase of activity on this, so that you do, when you're asked for the decision, you have all those numbers. Okay, and you can generate those numbers now, I guess, in terms of where we're at in terms of that process.
Yeah, just a comment. I guess I may have, Mr. Mayor, I may have naively thought that those numbers might be available as a result of the study. So somebody is going to have to do some more work, I guess, after even the final version of this in order to come up with those particular numbers.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask the CEO to just comment on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We fully recognize that statement as being work that is required. I've already asked the treasurer to start looking at it and giving some feedback on some of the options or some of the ways that we could look at financing this, what the expectation of fundraising might be. We obviously need to continue the conversation with the Y. So there is still a lot more work that needs to be done, but this gives us, I think, a very good starting point to understand what the implications are. And it's also a very conservative report as opposed to entrepreneurial and making, we want this, so let's give it the rosiest picture we can. I think this is a very responsible report. It's very based in reality that, we need to answer those questions. And at the end of the day, the ratepayer is going to want to know what the impact is on their tax bill, and that's information that we'll certainly be working to provide council.
Thank you. Councilor, anything further on that?
No, thank you very much.
Any others for a second time? Councilor Lane and then Councilor Powell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, one thing I didn't find any place in the report was a reference to how many parking spots that this type of facility would require, because I do have some concern that this could be a massive parking lot that we're going to have over here.
I think you're right. I don't think we identified. We will do that if you want. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. You want to add to that, or?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that the requirement would be for your leisure plan to identify that. Our planning staff and through the design would handle all the parking requirements and all those sorts of details.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Powell?
Quick question through you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, in your experience, these buildings are built, as I recall from another experience, these are built to be 40, 50 years,
Yep.
right? So we're not looking at something that,
No.
I mean, our current arena is 43 years,
Oh, I think it's
more than that,
37 years, isn't it?
37. But I'm thinking of when you build a building, you're building it for the longevity of a term of at least 4 to 5 decades, I would think.
That's right. I mean, the whole starting point was we have an existing population. We're looking at growth in the future. That demand is going to increase. The other consideration, and it goes to the ongoing, how much do you want to set aside in something that you spoke to Mr. Butts about previously. We don't have a pool. We have You know, the systems, the major systems in the building are associated with the arena. Everything else is pretty standard space. And that's the other nice thing about it is, as interests change in 10 years, we can be flexible and change it, and we're not committed to something specific, right?
That's helpful, thank you very much. Anything else? I'm sorry, Councilor Durley, go
Through you,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor, one question that did come up through that statement, that last statement. When you're designing a building that's going to be used as an arena, it is then built as an arena, not as a pre-engineered building that has a 30-year life, but it's built in the necessary components as far as humidity and all that stuff are in there so that that thing is going to last longer than a pre-engineered building that makes a great warehouse but not a really good arena.
Right. And that's why you see the unit costs that we used for the arena component are higher than
Okay.
what would be for a pre-engineered structure, right? So-
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think that's all the questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have a motion. It's been moved by Councillor Papp, seconded by Councillor Durley. This is the one that was proposed, that the Leisure Plan Phase 2 presentation report be received and that the information be posted on the Town of Pelham municipal website, at the library branches and town hall, seeking public feedback, and that staff be directed to make the necessary arrangements to convene a public meeting to receive public input on the report. Discussion to that, as we've talked about, Councillor Kersey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment that we strike the last two clauses, being that we post the information on the website and also that we convene a public meeting. I don't think we're ready for that, for either of those situations, until such time as we explore some of the issues that have been discussed around this table.
Okay.
To flesh out the report so that it at least helps to make it sensible for the general public to read it.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Papp? Councillor, I would, it is public currently, so I don't know that I would necessarily strike it from the website or something like that, but I certainly understand the second piece.
Sure.
Posted on the town Pelham, so I think your concern may have been with seeking public feedback portion.
Right.
Okay, so I guess my question to you,
That's
this,
fine. That's fine.
okay. So it'd be striking that, that public feedback portion, and then the second piece. Anything else to that? I mean, it sounds like there's, or will there be another amendment that there might be other steps to take?
Mr. Mayor, to
Councillor
that.
Papp, go ahead.
Yeah, to that amendment, as I think our consultant explained, this is still the draft. It's a preliminary draft business plan, so I think that's what the public has to understand. We still need to answer a lot of these other questions, because they are critical questions to the finalization and our ability to make a decision on where we want to go. So if that's clear to the public, then there's no problem. You know, it's on the website, they can look at it, but there's still a lot of other components that need to be set out.
Why don't we go one step further?
Okay,
Why don't we go
Councillor
one-
Kersey?
Why don't we go one step further, Mr. Mayor, and add to the motion that staff be directed to immediately arrange meetings with YMCA to discuss the options that might be available with respect to the operation of the,
Okay.
what do you call it, the exercise?
Yeah, I see that as I led you along that garden path, but now I'm suggesting that that would be just a separate amendment. So if we
Separate
could,
motion, or you want a separate motion?
separate amendment, I think.
Okay, I'll make that separate.
Be staff direction that would come back to us later
Yeah.
in discussion, and that's,
So
Yeah.
let's do
No,
this
it's- we
piece
know it's
first,
necessary.
which is an amendment to say, we can post it on the website, et cetera, but that we wouldn't necessarily seek public feedback, that's the
Right now.
idea. And not necessarily convene the public meeting yet.
Right.
And then the next piece is you want additional information before those things occur. So I'm gonna call the amendment on removing those two pieces. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. And then Councillor Kersey, you're suggesting that you want to direct staff to,
Enter into discussions with the YMCA to explore what options for operation of the facility they might be available,
okay,
willing to offer to us.
okay.
And,
Is there,
could that be the why, and there are other components here that could be partnerships, so could we add other possible partnerships in other areas as well?
and will you
Just so we
second it
open
if
right
you?
up? Absolutely.
Okay,
So other
so,
potential partners, that's
okay.
fine.
All right, thank you. Anything further to that? There being none, I to that amendment, Councillor? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing a timeline on that. I think this is something you've got to know sooner, much sooner than later.
We gotta know, yes.
Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as timeline goes, we have, as you're aware, been in conversation with the Y since pretty much day one. We're hypersensitive to the fact that we don't want to cannibalize a facility that's up and running and very successful and does provide service to the community. So we have had those discussions. The Y is waiting for us to come back once this work was done to have that conversation about what an agreement could possibly look like. So that is a logical next step for us, and we'll be doing it as quickly as possible.
Good. So 30 days? 60 days?
You know, I can say we report back on a regular basis on our progress at each council meeting. So I mean, that's,
Good.
you know,
That's
I
good
don't
enough for
know
us.
the Y's
Schedule.
but the Y has a board mandate to discuss this with us, and we're looking forward to having that conversation.
Okay. You satisfied, Councillor? You ready for calling the amendment? All those in favor? Any opposed? That amendment's carried. Now, Councillor, there was one other item that I heard, and it was a good discussion we had, and the CEO indicated that that work is ongoing, or has been started, I guess. And we may want to put that in an amendment as well, that we direct staff to come back to council with a capital financing plan or option, establish and secure capital financing and approvals. And I think that's the next piece that we were talking about. And then the next step is to go out to the public with it and hear from the public. So, Councillor Kersey.
Mr. Mayor, I was thinking along those same lines, but I had gone a little bit further. It was alluded to in our presentation that no current program revenues on the municipal side were included in the report. Also, I think it would be very helpful for us to understand the current costs of operation of the various facilities that we offer to the public, so that we could reflect that in this report as well. It would help us to understand what deficits we currently operate in our facilities, what revenues we might project for the various programs we currently offer, and what project that we'd be offering, because that needs to be in this piece as well. And the additional thing would be to look at the financing piece based on the capital projections here, how various types of scenarios that we could look at and the impact on the levy.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is that you'd like to direct staff to develop a capital financing plan based on current expenditures and also the capital requirements that are outlined in the plan.
Well, the financing plans, Mr. Mayor, would be based on the capital projections in the plan. The additional pieces that I've asked for are a projection of the municipally operated program revenues, because that's not reflected here.
Okay.
That's an important piece. And also for us to understand what the current costs of operation, taking into consideration the incomes that are generated by our programs of the various facilities we have. So the arena, we rent it out, we do this, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, what's our loss of operating that facility? And we could do that for each of our facilities, so we quantify the types of operational costs that we currently face.
So, Councilor, I'd suggest to you that instead of getting into those nitty-gritties, that we just keep it
Simple?
in the motion, in the amendment. Keep it more broad-based.
Okay.
So, develop a capital financing plan based on current expenditures of municipal facilities and potential municipal revenues, I think is what you were saying.
Close.
Okay?
That's it. Close enough.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that, Councillor Papp? Now that we've nuanced it, are there any other discussion regarding that, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whether now is exactly the right moment, but I wonder if we can ask the CAO or through him, the treasurer, to remind us whether we put aside any money in our budgeting going forward for a center like this.
Madam Treasurer?
Yeah, there is.
I'd like to hear it.
There's currently we would be using the reserves for the Recreation and Cultural Wellness Department. However, obviously, there's not enough funding in there for something of this magnitude. But we certainly will look at a capital finance plan that brings in a debenture that's over a longer period of time to help to keep the tax to a level that's sustainable and doable for the ratepayers.
And there's other revenues, like development charges for
Development
example?
charges, for the first 5 years, there's about 1.4 million. That comes around again after 5 years because of the benefit to the new growth that occurs out there. So that is something that you can pull from as well. There's the option of fundraising some money from the reserves, and then the rest would be obviously from a debenture.
Okay.
Thank you. So we did not actually set aside money for a rec center over the longer planning, budget planning?
The treasurer's indicated what monies have been set aside. Some of it has been,
But
I'll say, non-earmarked, like it hasn't been specifically for that, but there are some funds that we can draw on. So, okay, is that, and we don't have it with us here, so to
That's right.
talk about it in detail would probably not make sense at this moment.
thank you. My memory is not clear on that, so it would have been nice to know, but thank you.
When can we get that back to us, Mr. CAO?
Didn't we put $1 million?
Within a month, Mr. Mayor.
You want to say that
Sorry,
into the microphone?
within a month, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I look forward to that. Anything further on this, Councillor
Mr. Mayor,
Fraser?
just a comment. I believe we earmarked $1 million for preliminary studies for all of this sort of stuff.
That's correct.
That's for studies.
No, but I'm saying that's the only money that we've
Oh, I
technically earmarked for, specifically for this project.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else on that amendment? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That amendment is carried. And are we finalized amending that? I think it is understood then, with that information, council will want to hear from the public. So I don't want to give that impression that by the first amendment that we don't, but we certainly do, and we'll, when we get that information, we'll go out to the public. So I'm going to call the question as amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion is carried as amended. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's been a great discussion, and we have a way forward. We look forward to getting that information next month. Thank you, and finalizing the report. Thanks again for your work. Thank you. Now we move to delegations. Very patient couple of folks that are going to give us delegations. The first is Stacy Duncan regarding the supper market. Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan, for joining us this evening and for your patience.
Thank you. I'm using actual paper, I guess, for my presentation.
Okay.
I made some modifications as of yesterday based on information.
Thank you, Mr.
so
Glover.
I can,
Yeah.
I'll take one for myself. So I'll be reading this. Okay, first, I would like to thank the council for allowing me here tonight. I would like to talk about the proposed supper market and hopefully provide a somewhat different and reasonable perspective on this issue. My interest in this is that my wife is the owner of Nature's Corner, a member of the Farmers Market Committee, and we are participants in the Farmers Market. I've been following this issue since we were first informed of it, and I've been able to read the original summary report approved by council and various emails from town staff. As of yesterday, I've also been able to see the parking plan that is scheduled for approval tonight and the supper market update. I would like to start by saying I appreciate that the town is attempting to provide an outlet for local businesses to promote themselves. This is obviously the primary reason that we are at the market ourselves on Thursday evenings. I also think it's important for us to look at the big picture to see what's the greater overall benefit and if we should make some changes along the way. The need for parking solutions has definitely been recognized by council. Businesses in the area experience a drop in customers because they have nowhere to park and have been complaining about this for some time. The supper market has been brought forward partly as an attempt to recover some of those losses by giving these businesses, restaurants in particular, an additional outlet. This, of course, would only be helpful to those participating in this new market. If this is to bring more people downtown, as hoped, things will actually get worse for all the other businesses. Not only that, but those taking part in the supper market will still be facing the same parking issues. How does this make sense? Why are we trying to solve the problem of too many people downtown by getting more people downtown? Now, a new parking plan has been developed and is likely to be approved at this meeting. I spent a good deal of time looking at this plan yesterday, and I do find it somewhat absurd. Please read it carefully before approving it. Parking, the entire front of the plaza lot will be policed by security, parking behind the plaza will be paid, and most of the available spots are not even close to the bandshell or the market. Does this mean plaza shoppers will now need to move to a parking lot somewhere way down the street before they can attend the concert or go to the market? This will have the effect of making people want to just avoid coming altogether. This plan also calls for the markets and the bandshell to cover the costs of parking enforcement. This means the farmers market will be paying to implement a system that will actually hurt their business. Council is being asked to approve this parking plan when it includes scheduled meetings with representatives from the bandshell and the farmers market that have not even happened yet. There's also no mention of a protected parking area for the farmers market. They need to have spaces close by for short term so customers can easily come, pick up market produce, and leave. I've heard the town may be offering 3 spots next to the market for 15-minute parking. Really? For $100 a week, the market will get 3 spots. This only proves the town does not think the market is even a significant factor in the parking situation. And yet they're supposed to cover 1/3 of the cost. At the very least, the entire municipal lot beside the market should be designated for this purpose if enforcement is going to be the way parking is dealt with. As it is, however, I think this plan adds complication and solves very little. I'm embarrassed at the situation that will be faced by visitors to our town. Why has it taken this long for any real action to have been taken on this issue? Under no circumstances should this parking plan be approved in its current form. Adding more events to Thursday evenings would also be completely irresponsible at this time. This new market means that the road under the arches will be closed. The staff report says that this is actually a solution to congestion. This is a primary access to Town Square and the most direct route to the farmers market. Traffic using this road will still have to use one of the other 2 access points and create more congestion somewhere else. Added to that will be all the traffic entering and then leaving the plaza once security tells them they can't park there. To say this will relieve congestion is ridiculous. Someone to direct traffic coming onto Pelham Street would be much more productive than having the parking Gestapo roaming the plaza. The closure of the road will have a negative impact on the farmers market. The new supper market is to include the sale of alcohol. What assurance do we have this will not lead to lingering and intoxication in public areas? I know that most people are responsible, but the only other time I've seen alcohol under the arches has been at Summerfest. This event had excessive public intoxication. Are there not already several licensed establishments within walking distance that are not in public areas? This would have been a great issue to be brought to the public for feedback. However, this was not done. Consultation has consisted of talking only to those who stand to benefit from this market. There are many more stakeholders in this issue, the most important being the residents of Pelham. They may not only have an opinion on alcohol, but on congestion and parking and the farmers market as well. Is it too much trouble for the town to consult with the people they work for? If we do not have the resources to gather opinions ahead of time, then we are not making wise use of our resources. That, of course, is unless we have unlimited resources to deal with problems afterwards. The farmers market will be the biggest loser in all of this. As we all know, there must be a majority of vendors who are farmers or producers to qualify as a farmers market. The only reason a new market is necessary is so that vendors can take advantage of an existing large customer base without having to follow the rules of the farmers market and yet operate only a few feet away. The town's position is that they feel these events will complement and enhance each other, but I have not seen any evidence or explanation as to how. We already know of the negative impact of parking, congestion, and reduced access. Now we are deliberately putting these two markets in competition with each other. I'm aware of the intent for farm-to-table recipes being featured at the supper market. If this actually happens and has any positive effect at all, it will easily be outweighed by the negatives. Farmers market vendors can tell you there is a definite drop in business during Summerfest. Many of our vendors are also in other markets and can attest to the fact that other festivals and events going on at the same time actually draw customers away. The supper market would be no different. We have vendors that serve hot foods that would be greatly affected. The response so far by the town regarding competition has been that it is a part of business and that a similar business could open next to yours at any time. They feel they need to be fair to all businesses, but I can see some very big differences here. The actual reason stated for bringing this idea forward in the first place was because Zest sees a decline in business due to the success of the farmers market and bandshell concerts. Is this success unfair to other businesses? Downtown businesses are there 7 days a week while the farmers market is there for 1. The farmers market has been operating successfully for 11 years on Thursday evenings. In an effort to provide a greater variety for their customers, they're made up of a variety of vendors. Food vendors support the farmers by being there for 6 months of the year, not just during bandshell concerts. The supper market only intends to operate while the big crowds are there. When the farmers market began, there were no bandshell concerts or a supper market, and they had to find their own customers. Farmers market vendors are selected by a committee in order to provide variety, avoid duplication, and ensure guidelines are followed. This may be pointless if the supper market has no coordination with the farmers market, and vendors have no idea if there will be someone selling the same thing at both markets. The unfortunate likelihood is that the farmers market will eventually have no choice but to leave the downtown area altogether. When this happens, it will be a direct result of these actions by the town of Pelham. There is an obvious course of action that could help alleviate all of these problems. Why not hold the supper market on a different night? Is it too much to think that a supper market could not attract customers on its own, much like the farmers market had to do when it started? I agree that it would be a great way to showcase Pelham businesses. I just don't see why we need to subject downtown visitors to everything we have to offer on one night only. Wouldn't it be far more beneficial to bring people to town more than once a week? It seems to me we are passing up a great opportunity. In this situation, the two markets actually could promote each other. Niagara-on-the-Lake does not hold their farmers market and supper market on the same day, and they are both successful. If the supper market on another day was successful, it could be expanded to include more concepts that are more compatible with our existing infrastructure. If a Thursday night supper market is successful, it will only ensure additional trouble for others. It's obvious we do not have the infrastructure to deal with Thursdays in the current situation. Let's see a parking plan with results before we try to stress it further. It seems that the initial excitement of this idea and the rush to get it implemented has caused a lapse in common sense. The Bandshell Committee and the Farmers Market Committee have both expressed concerns. The Farmers Market Committee actually convened a special meeting to discuss the implications of this new market and drafted a letter to the town. It expressed their disappointment at not properly being consulted in this matter. Unbelievably, the town has taken the position that the market was consulted. Wouldn't the Market Committee know if it had been consulted? A conversation with one member of the committee is no more a consultation than me having a conversation with a councillor would be a meeting with council. The town appears to be frustrated when the market can't recognize that it has been consulted, and yet I'm expected to apply 2 weeks ahead and provide the content of my presentation just to spend 10 minutes here now. How does this make sense? How am I supposed to react to this? There's been a lack of respect and a definite animosity shown towards the farmers market from the town. The new market will probably result in the farmers market leaving the downtown area, and I don't doubt this would be a relief to many on town staff and council. Now we still have a chance to make things right. This is the time to slow down and re-examine this issue with the perspective that it is due. That is why I'm asking council to consider the following 2 requests. Number 1, stop the development of the new Thursday night supper market and explore the possibility of holding it on a different day. Part of this process should be to actively gather input from residents and businesses. Number 2, delay the approval of the parking plan until all scheduled meetings have been held and amendments have been made to ensure a more proportionate distribution of responsibility for costs and designation of parking areas for the farmers market. I know it's customary for council to defer requests to staff for recommendation, but because of the accelerated manner in which this issue is being brought forward and the obvious relationship that these requests have with tonight's agenda, I would challenge you to debate these requests right now. This could be the only opportunity left to show that you are able to be fair, open, and willing to objectively look at the options. To ignore this now will send the message that you would prefer to ignore the concerns of the farmers market, reject consultation with residents, and push the supper market ahead as soon as possible. You're not being asked to do anything more than take the time to look at additional options. If there are negative impacts that arise from just pushing this thing through, I'll happily come back and remind you we had the chance to do this better.
Duncan, for your presentation. And we appreciate receiving it in written form. I wonder if members of council have any questions for our presenter at this time. Councillor Papp?
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Where have you got the impression that this is going to be approved tonight, the parking plan? I'm curious, because I've received mixed messages today about this whole situation.
I know it's on the
Who's
schedule
indicated
tonight,
to you
and
that
the
it's-
recommendations that are on the parking plan are that it be approved, so I'm assuming
well-
that means that it's up for.
Sorry, please,
Sorry,
Mr. Duncan.
I just, Mr. Duncan, please, I can't hear you, go ahead.
Yeah, the parking plan
Right,
is on the schedule for tonight,
okay, we'll talk about that shortly, but,
and
yeah.
the recommendations are that the plan be approved, so I can only assume that you're gonna be asked to approve it. Whether you do or not, of course, is up to you.
Right,
I
that's
would
right.
hope that you would not, of course, but
Okay. Councillor, anything further?
No, I'll hold off until we get to that. Thanks, Mr. Duncan.
thank you, Councilor.
Other members of council with questions for our presenter? Thank you very much for your presentation and for your work on this. It has been moved by Councillor Ribyak, second by Councillor King, that the delegation information presented by Stacey Duncan regarding the proposed Thursday night supper market be received. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you again, and as you do know, it is on the agenda. We'll try and get to that as quickly as possible. Pardon? We could. Do you want to do that? The councillor's asking whether we should, is that possible to amend the agenda and move those items forward?
It's council's discussion, Bertie, is up to the agenda, but it's
Following
council's discussion.
Council.
Madam Clerk, can you just, so I asked the clerk whether that is an option, whether those items can be moved forward. The clerk has indicated that's at council's discretion, despite the fact that we already adopted the agenda. So councillor, if you wanted to do that, to deal with the issue now, you can certainly, it would be in order.
Yes, I would like to see that those issues be brought forward and we deal with them now.
Is there a seconder
I
for
can't-
that?
I can't
Moved by
do it.
Councillor King. And so those are items,
13.2.4 and 13.2.5.
okay, thank you. Anyone to that motion? Going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. So we'll now be dealing with those items. You can sit down. Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan. Appreciate you presenting. And where's the second one? So the first one, I believe, is the supper market. Is that correct? Yes, 13.2.4. So it has been moved by Councillor Lane, second by Councillor Kersey, that the issue summary report supper market update be received, and that council support the initiatives of the supper market committee. Discussion regarding this particular item. I'm gonna start off with the question to staff about what does support the initiatives of the summer market committee mean? Because I think, and I'll have the same question for the next recommended motion. Mr. Duncan has indicated that he thinks it would mean approval. So can we just hear a little bit more from staff on that? Ms. Van Ravensway?
what this means is, we've asked for, the recommendation that's before us is that the issue, summary report, supper market, update be received. So in other words, what this is doing is updating you where we're at, because we know that we want to keep everyone informed. Secondly, the report gives you an overview of what has happened so far and where it's going from here. And that is all that is being asked to be supported. It isn't that you're approving a supper market, where it's going or what it's doing. All that has happened is the Pelham Business Association and the Chamber of Commerce have sent along 2 representatives from each to form a committee to come up with an overall plan. In the report, it states, this is now, next week, there's another meeting with the same group to discuss possible terms of reference, possible of where it should go, or to address the issues of the business community. At that point, the recommendations from that committee it'll be a draft terms of reference, a draft operation plan, whatever will come to council. The Supper Market Committee has full intentions on meeting with the Farmers Market, with the Bandshell Committee, with anyone else. All they're trying to do is put their ducks in order before they start to meet with. They're totally open.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Ravensway. Councillor Papp, you had a question, or others? Councillor Durling?
I'll leave it, and then I'll come back to what you gave.
Councillor Durling?
Just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, there is an assumption that it's etched in stone that Thursday night will be the night of supper market. The staff, recommendation to staff at the March 3rd meeting was, and I'll quote, that council directs staff to pursue the Thursday evening parking action plan, as outlined in the report, and that staff proceed with the establishment of a supper market committee to oversee the development and operation of the proposed supper market. And further, that the clerk be authorized to make application for special occasion permit for said market. Doesn't say it's a Thursday night, and this is the understanding that I had at the beginning. It's a great idea. Let's make sure that it's put in the right place. So this is, I think, what Ms. Van Ravensway is trying to say. Get all parties together at the table, and let's come up with the best possible solution.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Other members to this, and I see Councillor Papp working on an amendment. Councillor Ribbiak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the impact of the statement that we heard earlier essentially is that not a lot of consultation is going on, or that if consultation is going on, it's not with groups that are fully representative. And I just wonder whether, through you, Ms. Van Ravensway, might be able to comment on that. Is she satisfied that, in fact, the groups that she's meeting with are representative of the organizations that they claim to have sent them there?
Ms. Van Ravensway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The actual establishment of a supper market committee, we went to the business associations that represent the business, because it was a Pelham business initiative. Thank you. That supper market committee may, form a different types of representation. This is just the basics. What we're trying to do is go baby steps, if you want to call it that, because it is a very controversial area, and by no means, it can be a great thing or it cannot. So basically, what we're trying to do is, investigate it. They have full intentions on meeting with the other parties. One of the main issues, as council knows, and we will be discussing that next, is the parking action plan, which affects everyone. And we will discuss that next.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. So for clarity, to what extent have representatives of the farmers, those participating in the farmers market, been involved in the discussion thus far? Are they an element within the supper market idea, or have full-blown discussions occurred at all with the other organizations?
They are an element. They're a very important element. We've had one meeting, and that was last Tuesday. Monday?
First, yeah.
No, last Tuesday. And that's it. So the representatives from the Business Association and the Chamber of Commerce have met, and they basically come out, just basically brainstorm, what were you thinking, what are you thinking, and so forth. Throughout this week and next week, they're going to be putting their thoughts down. We're meeting again, and then from there, they will start to meet with other groups. But until they get their own ideas in order, they,
Thank you,
just
Councillor.
takes time.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, my impression is that any criticism of a plan is highly premature because there isn't a plan.
Well, I think, I wouldn't say it that way. I'd say there's a concept,
Sorry, that
and
is not true.
Jessica sat in our meeting with the
thank you,
farmers market and told us
thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor,
You're not dealing with the question I'm asking here.
Mr. Duncan, please. Thank you. Councillor, I would say that it's a concept, and you're quite right, there isn't a detailed plan, and I think Ms. Van Ravensway says, and it's in her report, that what's being proposed is a terms of reference and rules and regulations and a budget and stall fees and all of that. So what has been talked about is criticism of a concept and discussion regarding a concept. And certainly that's what we've heard. Now, whatever language you use, that's your own, but I would suggest to you that that's what we heard about, and I would ask Ms. Van Ravensway if that's correct in terms of where we're at right now. Sounds like very early days, even though time is coming upon us quickly. It is very early days, and terms of reference are going to be developed. So can you just go through those next steps, please?
Okay, the next steps, and I just want to point out, when the correspondence, before I do that, sorry, the correspondence that came to council from the restaurant, council directed staff to do those three things, or to meet and come up with an overall action plan, if you want to call it. And then that's when the establishment of the committee and the parking action plan resolution came up. Council was on the Monday night, or the Tuesday night. That's very weak. I did contact the farmer's market through the chair, and I informed him. Just a heads up, this correspondence did take place. And we're going to be starting to investigate. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. And I think the councilor was asking about that, but, okay. So now what's next? The terms
Okay,
of please,
so
and
now
then we'll
what's next?
go back to the councilor quickly.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. The next week, that committee will be meeting again. They'll be bringing their thoughts together. They'll come up with a draft terms of reference. They will then be meeting with the Ban Shell Committee and the Supper Market Committee, or not Supper, I'm sorry, the Farmers Market Committee to identify any other needs or issues that they should have within their plan. It's basically an initial plan, they're just brainstorming, coming up with where do they go from here. They will be consulted, as I've said, from day one. I apologize, it doesn't take, it takes time. That's all I can say, it takes time.
Thank you, Ms. Van Ravensway. Councilor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we understand it. I think we need to be sure that our public understands as well that no decisions have been made at this point. We're certainly not making any tonight. We are hearing reports of the progress, and that the level of emotion that is clearly invested in this at this point is probably unwarranted. but it comes out of a lack of understanding. So the
Counselor.
clearer the understanding, I think the clearer heads will be as they consider where we're going.
Counselor, those are your words. I don't know whether they're warranted or not, but they are your
That's
words.
my impression.
I would suggest to you that, just as with many things, communication is key.
Absolutely.
And language is important, and maybe some of the language in the motion, for instance, would imply that something's being approved when the intention is that it's not. So I know Councillor Papp has.
No, Councillor King, I'll defer to
Okay,
Councillor King.
Councillor King, somebody's working on some amendment here to kind of relay what we've heard, but also continue to see if the concept has legs or not. Councillor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I really would just like to comment, because I honestly believe that the root of the problem has escalated from the evening that we received the letter that was submitted by Zest, and that the supper market in principle was approved by council. Unfortunately, that communicated out to the general public that supper market was approved regardless of whether the parking issues were addressed or resolved. So I think that there is a miscommunication, a misunderstanding, because I clearly recollect that it was supper market in principle that was being approved, not withstanding parking issues having to be resolved.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor, for that. It's very helpful. Councillor Papp, go ahead, sorry.
If there's anybody else?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the first meeting of this committee, formative meeting as the PBA council rep. And I can tell you that they are well aware of the concerns in the community by the farmers market and the band shell. But they also recognize the fact that, hey, we're at the formative stage. There's a need for a terms of reference, which will come back to council for approval. There's a need to develop rules and regulations, a budget, an emergency plan, and to contribute to the parking plan as well. And I hasten to point out that this committee will also pay 1/3 of the cost of the security that would be part of the parking plan, if in fact it goes ahead on Thursday. So we are at the formative stages. Certainly, there is a feeling among the committee that they would like to have it on Thursday to leverage the people that are already coming there. There's a view that it won't necessarily bring more people, but just offer more options to the people that are there. But that remains to be seen, because that hasn't been cast in stone as yet. And it was definitely an expression of concern and a recognition of a need to meet with the other players on the Thursday night, if in fact it goes ahead on the Thursday, and that would be the farmers market and the band shell committee. So we are moving ahead in small steps, but we are moving ahead. And these steps, I think, are necessary. It was the direction that council gave, and we are moving forward on that. So 2 weeks from now, I would expect that the terms of reference would come before this council for approval with a preliminary outline on the budget and costs, an emergency plan, and how they would contribute to the parking issue, the resolution of the parking issue. So that's my 2 cents on the discussion. I support the motion as it presented here, because I think it's very clear in what staff has undertaken and accomplished thus far.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's very helpful as well. Councillor Papp?
Well, building on what Councillor Kersey was stating, and also building on what Mr. Duncan, you presented, let me first preface this by any collaboration and engagement requires open communication, and notwithstanding that, we are, and we do listen. Sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's a lot easier, but nonetheless, this is an issue that I think we need to come to some, and if I may sound like King Solomon, it's only because we're trying to come to some mutual benefit. So if my colleague would indulge me for a minute, I would like to change the recommendation from staff to make it much more clearer and basically state that, that council directs staff to continue to work and explore with the Supper Market Committee and other affected partners to develop a viable, relevant supermarket initiative. So that means that if in fact, it means not only, like you say, the budget, everything, the timing, when it should take place, et cetera. I think that's exactly what all of us have been saying all along. Back to Councillor King, you're right, it's a principle. So let's build on that principle and then come back and take in consideration what Mr. Duncan, you have said to us. Those are valuable points. And we need to be part of the whole operationalization of this if in fact we can proceed with it. Because, you know, on the other side of the coin is if it's not doable and it's not going to fit, no sense in doing it. So that's what I would suggest if my colleague would agree to that, that it would change that second thing to state that the council directs staff to continue to work and explore with the Supper Market Committee and other affected partners, that includes all of you, to develop a viable and relevant, so that it works for us, a supper market initiative. That's my suggested
Thank you,
amendment.
Councillor. Is there a seconder for that? Lots of seconders. Councillor
Lots of seconders.
Percy said it first. Okay.
Okay.
To that amendment, Councillor?
Yes.
Or to the main motion? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, this is, I think an important thing to remember is back about a year and a half ago now or more, in this very room, we met with the group for the very first time.
We did, yeah.
And we had two fuzzy situations. One was how do we correct the parking situation on Thursday nights, and how do we help businesses on Thursday nights to improve business? And we broke up in 6 groups, and we did how might we situations, 3 dealing with how might we deal with the parking, 3 dealing with how might we help Thursday night businesses downtown. And this is where staff is right now. They're dealing with those 2 how might we's, and in fact, we're trying to come up with the solution, and it's as simple as that. It's not an easy thing to do. If it was easy, it would have been done 10 years ago when the band shell started. It's not easy. I give staff credit for the perseverance. Everybody be patient. We are going to come up with a good answer.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for reminding us of that. Any further to the amendment? And that amendment is that we direct staff, I think we have it, to continue to work with
Work and explore.
with the Supper Market Committee and other affected groups to develop a viable, relevant supper market initiative. Okay? I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. And that replaces the second line there. And so now the motion as amended is to receive the report and then with this amendment. Is there any further discussion to this? There being none, I call the question as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We look forward to hearing about progress on that initiative. The next item has been moved by Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Durley, that Council receive the issue sheet report Thursday evening parking action plan update, and that Council support the parking plan as presented. And I think this is where the perhaps our presenter earlier was seeing that it's actually, here's the plan. So I asked the CAO to put together a little amendment here, and I don't know if somebody wants to move this. Councillor Durley, you want to take a read to that and see that instead of supporting the parking plan as presented, and maybe Ms. Van Ravensway, why that's, can you just comment on the status of the parking plan? This isn't the plan, it's really a work in progress, is it not? Can you just comment on that, please?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is a plan that is definitely in progress. Every council meeting I provide council with another update where, how far it's gotten and where we're going from here. In this particular plan, it identifies, I can't go into detail, but it identifies who we've contacted, the meetings that we've had. We've used the outline in the parking action plan as was presented to council and approved. Firstly, meeting with the plaza merchants, meeting with the Farmers Market Committee off and on, and it's identified the Band Shell Committee. Today, we've had another meeting with the Band Shell Committee to discuss. We we have approached service clubs for volunteers, security, priced out security, and ways of paying for the security for the evening. We've identified additional issues that we didn't realize we had with businesses in the community. We have come up with additional action plans on how to maybe improve that. We've contacted all of the business or all of the property owners within the area to identify additional parking locations if they are not using it. We've identified ways of promoting these areas. We've gone beyond that and identified and priced out shuttles at further locations. This update is showing that in the past, the Band Shell Committee has identified approximately 370 available parking spaces that were approved to park. In the attached plan, with the additional approvals of local property owners, we would double that at 718. In addition to that, if shuttles were implemented, an additional 200 could be used at the arena, and then a shuttle service could be brought down from
Thank you.
other areas.
Thank you for that update. Just, if you can just highlight, I think it's important because Mr. Duncan spoke to it, that there is a major change that's, I was going to say being proposed, but it's really what's wanted from those, the plaza vendors, so, or the plaza lessees. So can you just comment quickly on that?
On
that
the
there's
plaza itself?
the plaza itself, that there's a change, and so the
Okay.
plan has to
Yes.
adapt to that. And then I'm
Okay,
going to go
so
to council colleagues.
in the past, the plaza has not offered their parking lot for parking on Thursday evenings. That is private property. They pay their rent for that property. It's their property. In the past, what has happened, the plaza area has, the front of the plaza area for sure has filled very quickly because it is prime location, which has left the merchants without available parking for their clients. As well, the backside of the plaza, one of the merchants tried to avoid parking by hiring security themselves and paying for it, which the plaza merchants do not want to be looked upon as being that they don't support the initiatives of the farmers market or the Band Shell. They love the events, although they need to do business as well. So what they have offered, the front side of their, the front of the parking lot, they do want to retain as their place of business and their parking. And they have offered special events, let's say, if you want to call it that. The backside of the parking area from the beer store around the back can be manned. And if the volunteers wish, they could charge for that particular parking. But in return, they expect their front parking to be also manned to inform visitors that when they come in, are you here to shop, or are you here for the market, or for the events?
thank you.
If you're here from the events, they will be shown areas to park.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Ravensway. I appreciate that. So it is a work in progress, and we're reacting to a pretty significant change as well. So thank you. Councillor Durley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to remove all possible misunderstandings that might be there, I'd like to make an amendment similar to the one that we made in the other, and the recommendation that council receive the issue sheet Thursday night parking action plan update, and that council directs staff to continue to work with all Thursday night events to complete development of a parking plan.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor King, I think you're going to second that? Go ahead. Do you want to speak to it further?
Again, everything that Ms. Van Ravensway has said is a work in progress, and there are a lot of people that are willing to cooperate and to partner with this. So there are some possibilities, and there's some probabilities, and there's some very good solutions there, and that will work to help solve the parking issue and also help people do business on Thursday nights that aren't involved in the farmer's market. So I think it's a win-win situation. It's going to take time, but it is work in progress, and staff is working very hard to get there. A solution will come.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Are there other councillors to the amendment? Councillor Kersey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make a general comment, if I may. Success is a difficult thing to deal with. No, the problem that we have is we have a very successful band shell and we have a successful market. The problem is both of those groups have not dealt with the parking issue that has developed, as it has been developing. And it has been passed off or handed off to the town. And I think if you look at the work that has been done by Ms. Van Ravensway and her group of minions upstairs that have worked very, very hard to develop this, they've done a great job. They've been faced with private property owner, a significant private property owner, who up until now has expressed concern, expressed complaints to the town again. And now they've come up with a proposal back to the town that they can live with, that offers an opportunity that the band shell and the farmers market can take advantage of. And not only that, service groups can raise some funds that we know are going to be put back into the community for good work. Our staff has gone out and identified approximately 900 parking spaces, when the best that the band shell committee could do and the farmers market could do was approximately 300. I think that's improvement. Is everybody happy with it? No. But we do have to acknowledge that the properties surrounding these events are privately owned properties for the most part, who have been inconvenienced by not taking seriously the complaints that have been put forward both to this committee, to the various committees, and also to the town. This is a great first step. Is it? Maybe not the end all and the be all, maybe not. But it's certainly a lot better to have an understanding with all the property owners going forward than to just go ahead and use their property at will. They pay taxes, they pay upkeep of those parking lots as tenants. They have a right to quiet enjoyment of those properties. And we need to recognize that, and I think our staff has gone a long way in recognizing that. They've told us that this parking plan they can accept, they can live with. They like the fact that it's going to be monitored. And we need to acknowledge that, and we need to accept that, and the farmers market and the band shell need to come to grips with it. And there's a cost incurred in doing that, and they need to understand that they have to contribute to the costs that are being incurred. It's not entirely a town's problem. These are private enterprises. The farmers market operates independent of the town. The band shell operates independent of the town. The supper market will operate independent of the town. They all have to take their share in looking after the problem that success has created. And it's a great thing. We need to work together to move this thing forward, to try and appease all of the neighbors in the area. And I think we've taken a great first step. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kersey, for your comments. I appreciate that. Others to the amendment or in general? There being none, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? That amendment is carried. Are there any other, oh, can you pass that to the clerk, please? Are there any other points that councillors would like to raise? I do want to say, and Ms. Van Ravensway made reference to it, I was part of the meeting that was this morning with members of the Ban Shell Committee. It was a very fruitful meeting, I thought, and there is a work together attitude with that group, and I think also I'm sure with the farmers market that folks do want to work together with this, and I think what council is saying and what staff are saying is that this is a work in progress, and together we can make it a success to address the successes, as you've said so eloquently, Councillor Kersey, the successes that we've had. The sort of the vision I'm sure that we all have for a parking plan is one that's seamless, is one that provides opportunities for individuals who may not be able to walk that far to park close. Those that can walk, they can park further away. Those that choose to cycle in can cycle in. Those that choose to walk in can walk in. But it's a comprehensive plan that might be scalable. If we have Elvis Presley or his likeness arrive here at the Ban Shell, and we're expecting 5,000 people, and the farmers market's going full tilt, then it needs to be scalable, and those shuttle buses might go into play. If the weather and EMS and fire might want to set up, and that should be also part of the plan, the emergency plan. So, this is a step in the process, and I think the motion that's before us allows us to continue to work together with the community to make Thursday nights an amazing success again this year. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried as amended, and we appreciate the conversation and the work, and we look forward to updates, as we've heard, at each upcoming council meeting. Thank you again. We'll now move to the agenda. I think next on the agenda is Councillor Beatty, who has been waiting very patiently, as have some others in the room. And council may want to reorder the agenda to deal with some of those. Councillor Beatty.
Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff, I think the people at the Welland River floodplain meeting must think I got washed away, because that's going on right now. You've had the written report in your package. I'll just mention 2 or 3 of the items. Just briefly, the $5 million excess for the combined sewer overflow, that's part of a multi-year strategy. One of the difficulties we have is that some of our communities don't have separated stormwater and wastewater lines. Modern subdivisions, of course, have stormwater retention ponds, et cetera. But because of significant environmental impact, and so over a multiple year period, we're trying to basically save the environment by not allowing that debris to go into the waters, the rivers and the lakes. I do want to mention under Public Works, the first one, about a presentation and report on the Niagara Escarpment Crossing study. That obviously could have some impact. The feeling was that we're not even near capacity in terms of the current access routes. There's a very steep grade in the roads in Grimsby, et cetera. So at this moment, they're looking at some changes in intersections and that kind of material, better signage, and probably better enforcement, because many of the trucks that are coming are in fact trying to avoid the weigh scales. Although it's mentioned that 58% of the trucks, in fact, were there because of local pickups or deliveries. So at this point in time, there is no plan for a new escarpment crossing. In terms of Regional Council itself, there was a very positive, very stimulating presentation at the last Regional Council meeting, where the new Director of Economic Development and all of the EDOs from around the area, representatives of Brock University and Niagara College, were there presenting a very strong united front in terms of the redesign, hopefully the new impetus in terms of Niagara's economy moving forward. Obviously, we received a very positive report last week in the media in terms of the cost advantage of coming to Niagara. And I was quite surprised by the chair's comment recently in terms of the percentage of people who were moving in. In fact, it's not all old people. It's basically the largest percentage was young people working. So while we're seeing an outflow of young people, we're also seeing an inflow of new. I wanted to briefly mention this issue about neonicotinoids because we've had several presentations from George Scott in terms of this issue. If you want to know a lot or a lot more on this topic, if you will to Google the word B-Way, basically the corridor that goes along the Welland Canal, that water is higher than most agricultural lands and so on. And the bee populations can just thrive. There's a section of the escarpment that's true as well. George first asked for a ban. We found out from staff that we do not have the right as a regional council to ban a pesticide. Secondly, my concern was to ban it, but then no enforcement would be perhaps making us quite liable in terms of what you knew was a problem, but you didn't put one inspector in to do it. George's approach now is that we try and get some lobbying of the higher orders of government to try and do something about this issue. It's a very controversial one. His emphasis has not been on agriculture. It has been on the non-agriculture, and one of the many products is the dog flea and tick spray, or cat material made of that compound, but there's apparently several hundred products that are available for non-farm use of this. So it's an ongoing discussion with George. We're waiting for a staff report to come back with regard to his latest presentation. But as I said, the B-Way website that he has will give you an awful lot of detailed information. And I have put down here, had a request from a member of our community to try and put some pressure on to find out what the true costs were of the deer hunt that happened last year. We subsequently have received the fact that M&R has spent in excess of $58,000 for that particular hunt. We're still waiting to get the information for the police. We expect it's going to be quite a bit higher than that. The good news from the point of view of those people not wanting the hunt is there is no plan for a 2014 hunt at this point in time. That's my report. If there's any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beatty, for your comprehensive report. Do members of council have any questions for Councillor Beatty? Thank you very much for your patience, for waiting, and for your report. We look forward to seeing you this week, I guess, at Regional Council, so thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it wasn't with respect to Councillor Beatty.
Okay.
You have a motion, Mr. Mayor? Oh, just to
receive
receive
it.
his report. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Lane, second by Councillor Kersey. Regional Councillor Beatty's report of April 7th be received for information. Is it really? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's motion carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Beatty. Appreciate your work. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we amend the agenda and move item 17 with the action pertaining to Councillor Papp's motion with respect to Maple Acres. Many of the people that are sitting patiently in the gallery are related to the Maple Acre issue, so I think in courtesy to them, it would be an appropriate thing to do.
Okay, Councillor Papp, you'll second that? Second. Any further discussion to that? Going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. So that'll be the next item to deal with. Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Papp, second by Councillor King. Whereas it is and has been recognized the Maple Acre Library branch is historically and culturally significant for the community of Fenwick, and whereas the town of Pelham, council and staff, the Pelham Library Board, Friends of Maple Acre, and local residents have been engaged in collaborating over the past number of months to explore and resolve the operational and fiscal viability of library services in Fenwick as part of an overall plan for library services throughout Pelham. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Pelham will continue library services at the Maple Acre branch, ensuring that this delivery of services is within the town's fiscal abilities, and that the town staff continue to assist and support the Pelham Library Board and staff in becoming fiscally and operationally sustainable, and that administration expedite the facilities and accessibility assessment of Maple Acre, reporting back to council with the results, and that in conjunction with the aforementioned assessment, the town and library board continues to explore other service delivery, structural, and site options with suitable partners in Fenwick. Councillor Papp.
Thank you, Councillor Kersey, for moving this up, and to people in the audience. Firstly, let me preface this, and I'll keep it very brief. I want to acknowledge all of the work that has gone into play with into this this whole initiative regarding the library services, and particularly Maple Acres. Acknowledgement to the mayor, to members of council, to our staff, to the Friends of Maple Acre. And also, I want to acknowledge particularly that I know that Councillor Lane and Councillor Kersey previously, and you're currently on the board as representative, the passion that you have, Councillor Ribbiak. And I do this with the greatest respect. And basically what I've presented here is that we want to confirm publicly and forcefully that our commitment to continuing library services at Maple Acres, and it's self-explanatory that we continue, which is, I know many of you have already said to me, this work is going on, but we want to state it publicly, make sure everything that they're fiscally, sustainable, that we explore the physical assessment of Maple Acres, and then we continue to explore other service delivery options. I think this builds the foundation and the structure and the raison d'etre to move forward, particularly as we meet on Wednesday to continue our discussions and come to a very, very mutually and satisfying conclusion for all of us with respect to library services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor King, do you want to add anything to that as the seconder of the motion?
Only to say that I am seconding this motion because I want to provide the support
Thank you.
in
Thank you.
the
Thank you,
motion,
Councillor King.
the points that have been outlined in the motion. I think that it's been a long-going issue. We're working as diligently as we can as a full group to move this forward. And I feel that the motion that's being put forward is cementing what we're trying to do.
You know,
Thank you very much.
it's my fault.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Councillor.
Councillor King, for seconding this. I appreciate that a
Welcome.
great deal.
Thank you. Others to the motion? Councillor Ribbiak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillors Papp and King for putting this motion forward. I think this is absolutely the right thing to do. I think that the question of the continued existence of a Maple Acre in Fenwick is far more an issue of principle, far more an issue of political substance than it is one of analysis. I don't think the right answer is going to pop out of an analysis. I think that the answer is how do we devote the resources of the town in meaningful, efficient, effective ways to accomplish what it is that the town itself wants. And I think the town has been very clear in terms of the amount and nature of support for Maple Acre that this is the direction it wants to go. So taking this decision back now and taking it ourselves, I think, is absolutely the right thing to do. And again, I thank you for making that motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kersey and then Durley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me bring council up to date as the liaison with the library board for council. With respect to point number one that is in this motion, the library board at no time has made a decision to withdraw library services to Fenwick. The library board did decide that to have a physical presence in Fenwick, given the utilization and the costs of having the physical presence in Fenwick, the library board could not support that. But again, I want to emphasize the fact that the library board is committed to providing library services to the village of Fenwick. Secondly, I want council to understand that on April the 22nd, there will be a report brought forward by Board Chair Maxine Gaylor with respect to the 2014 budget. Meetings have taken place between our financial staff, the library board, and library staff, and a sustainable budget, at least for 2014, has been arrived at, and a recommendation will be coming forward to council at that time. Thirdly, I have spoken to Kim Holland, who was charged with the responsibility to oversee the facilities assessment. That is proceeding nicely. Although the expectation is that the final report on the facility Maple Acre building will not likely come forward until mid-May. And included in that report will be an assessment of the capability to make that building accessible to all users and to bring us into compliance with the accessibility requirements that are imposed on the municipality by upper tier governments. And lastly, we have been exploring alternative service structures. And site options have been looked at both by the Maple Acre Replacement Committee for a number of years. And once the report has been received with respect to the use and the alternative recommendations that were included in that report, once we get through the joint meetings with the library board and council and Maple Acre Friends Group, it's hoped that out of that, there will be a decision on what the library services, the physical library services in Fenwick might look like. And that's yet to come, and we have later in the agenda a Maple Acre outline in terms of the timelines. What I find a little bit disconcerting about this motion is that the first section, which basically says that we're committing to library services at the Maple Acre branch. I think what we should be saying is that we are committing to providing library services to Fenwick in whatever iteration the working group should come up with. If it be a multi-use facility that was highlighted in the report, if it be to renovate the Maple Acre branch, or if it be to not have a physical presence in Fenwick but to provide services in some other means. To commit to providing library services going forward at the Maple Acre branch, I think is handcuffing the work of the joint committee that is currently working on the solution. So I would suggest either an amendment to make that we are committing to library services in Fenwick, or that we are committing to library services at the Maple Acre branch, at least until such time as the working committee can come up with a recommendation that would be brought forward to this council.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Papp, do you want to respond as the mover?
Well, thank you, and
And
appreciate
maybe-
Councilor Christie's, and you're quite right. The number of the areas that you've outlined are under work right now, and the assessment, the physical assessment. With respect to the Maple Acre branch, I would say that instead of that we change to a Maple Acre branch. Simply as that. Because the historical significance of that is very crucial to this and important from what I understand from the community. So I'm not disagreeing, but I'm not in agreement with just calling it library services. But I would like to first explore that whole Maple Acre branch and then come to the resolution whether or not that works there or doesn't work there. I think it's come see, come saw.
If I can just, and maybe I'll have the CAO comment on this too. We had a pre-consult session today. Councillor Papp was part of it, I was part of it, the CAO was part of it, and a few others that are here among us this evening. As staff looked at the last meeting and how we were trying to put things together, it was recognized that really getting together with the representatives of the different groups, the town and council, the Maple Acre Library, or the Friends of the Maple Acre Library and the Library Board, to kind of say what are our expectations moving forward, and along with this idea of this motion. This was one of the things that was talked about during that session. Is it the Maple Acre Library? Is it a Maple Acre Library? Is it a branch? Is it a, and really that was the suggestion from this afternoon was that one keeps one's mind open. So maybe something could be done with the existing facility to honor the 95-year tradition of library services at that location. But if something else comes up, one has to be open-minded to say maybe some other configuration would work and that building could be used for something else. However that works or whatever. But perhaps, I guess what I'm saying is one is right to say that work is still to be determined. So I'm looking for a kind of a solution here, and I think I might say that this motion is more a decision point to say, let's get that off the table in terms of will there be a branch or not. So Councilors Pap and King, in making the motion, say, no, let's get that off the table. Let's say there will be a branch, and let's work on everything else, because if people are, especially the Friends of Maple Acre Library, are concerned that, is there going to be a branch, is there not, and this takes away that concern. So that's how I see the motion. So whether the amendment is a Maple Acre branch or a branch, as opposed to might be a helpful amendment to the motion. So I don't know if Councillor Papp wants to add anything, or Councillor Kersey, and then we can move on. Councillor Kersey?
So I understand then the intent of this motion is to commit the town to having a physical presence in Fenwick, in whatever iteration it might be.
Correct.
Councillor Papp, that's correct.
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor Kersey, and we had quite a discussion this afternoon, that'll be part of it. So all of these options of whether it's at, first of all, at Maple Acre, because it has the historical significance, if, depending on what comes out of the assessment, if we need to look at another site, then that'll be it. So that's the intent of this, period.
Well, I think in effect then, this basically, to some degree, castrates the work of the working group that has been wrestling with this problem, and removes that from their hands, and is basically saying, we're going to take the bull by the horns, and we're going to do this, and your work is, irregardless of what you recommend, we're moving ahead. And with that, and there needs to be an understanding around this table, with that having been said, if there's going to be a physical presence in Fenwick, then this council has to be prepared to fund it, and fund it adequately so that the service can be provided adequately. So there is a fiscal responsibility here that we do not know yet. We don't have a business plan to understand what it would cost to operate some sort of physical library service in call it Maple Acre branch 1 or 2 or whatever you want to call it, a Fenwick branch. So I think it's premature if that's the intent of this. I would have sooner see the working group work through the process. We started the process. Let's get through the process. Then we can make a final decision when all the ideas are on the table. And we can put together, if it's decided that we're going to have a physical presence in Fenwick, then we have to put a business plan together, and we have to understand what the cost will be to the ratepayer. So I can't support it if that's the intent of that.
Thank you. Councillor Papp, you signaled you wanted to respond. Did you want to respond, or do you want to?
I think I respect that, Councillor Kersey, but I think implied in part of this is that work will continue. And first of all, with all due respect to you, I wish to strike the word castrate.
Thank you. Councillor, can you,
as we mentioned before,
Fine.
and with all due respect to you.
apologize to the council, please?
I do apologize to the
Because
council.
that's not, I am not, I do, Councillor Kersey, it was not, I know you didn't, but we have to, I said it from the beginning, I do it without respect, and.
With respect or with respect?
With respect,
Okay, thanks.
with great deal of respect, that's how I said it in the very first place. So I don't think that it will change, and in fact, what it does is cement the whole idea that we will carry on with a physical presence of library services, but nothing's cemented nothing's etched in stone, and at some given point, if it comes clear to us that our fiscal it's not working, that it doesn't work. But there is more intrinsically the value, the community value, and the entrenched in that whole community of Fenwick. I mean, I think it's worthwhile for us to continue this, and this will set a stage for us to walk through, and that's why I purposely left it open-ended, fiscally, operational, sustainably. That applies to across the whole network. So I do respect what you're saying, and I understand all the work you've done, and I hopefully will come to those solutions when we work through this on Wednesday. Okay. And sometime hopefully in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Durley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One part of this really does, in listening to what Councillor Kersey, who is our liaison with the library board, has stated, the part that bothers me is that the town will continue library services. The town doesn't really provide library services. The town funds the library board who gives the service. So that wording, maybe I'm being a little word picking here, but to me, the town is not taking over the work of the library board. So that needs, I think, to have some wordsmithing.
Thank you. you want to respond, or?
Sure. And again, to both of you, in fact, the governance and the operation of the facility is the library board. They are a board commission. So if you want to state that the town will support if you want to, I had it in there originally, and the library board, to support the continuation of library services through the board. I can't remember exactly. There was some changes, but I'm amenable to that. It's not us that continues it. We fund it. However, the library board, it's their decision. It always has been, unless I'm mistaken.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, just a clarification. If by saying that the library board's going to do it, are we in fact cutting their legs off at the knees because we're telling them what they must do?
I think that's why it was amended. Mr. CEO, can you comment on that clause, please?
Sorry, which one, Mr. Mayor?
This one here. Will continue library services at.
The problem is, Mr. CAO, the wording, the town of Pelham shall continue, or will continue. Actually, the town of Pelham will fund the library board, who is expected to continue, something like that, because in fact, by using the words, the town will do that, sort of puts the horse on our foot instead of on the library board's foot.
Mr. Mayor, that's a good question. I might recommend that the town of Pelham will continue to provide a physical library facility in Fenwick as opposed to service. There is some, I will be frank and say there is some difference of opinion about whether or not the board has the ability to simply close a library branch. That's an issue that we're still working into investigate. But for the clarity of the motion, I think what the councillor's intent is, unless I'm wrong, is to continue to provide a physical private presence to allay the concerns of the residents that the library will be closing.
Thank you. Councillor Durley, will that help?
Yes, as long as it cannot be misinterpreted to
I
say
agree.
that the town doesn't.
Okay, so are we going for an amendment here? The town of Pelham will continue to provide a physical library facility in Fenwick. Is that the amendment? Okay. The town of Pelham will continue, instead of it says library services, to continue to provide a physical library facility at Maple Acre Library Branch, I guess. So Councillor Papp, will you move that amendment, and who's going to second that?
Okay, with the condition of the fiscal abilities.
Yep,
to-
and that's in there, it's
Within that
within the
frame,
town's
yep.
fiscal abilities,
Yep.
yep.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Ribbiak. To that amendment, anything further? Councillor Lane?
Yes, I'm, so far just been sitting here kind of getting a headache, but at any rate, does this mean then, in essence, that the town will have a building and then therefore a partnership with a private enterprise who would then would have some facility space available, has been presented at one of our, might we be out of the question? Is that what I'm getting from this?
Mr. CEO?
Mr. Mayor, to respond to the councillor's question, I'm not sure if I'm going to answer this the way you intended the question to be asked. There is a wide variety of options. The preferred option of the community, as we've been told, is to have the Maple Acre branch brought up to the appropriate accessible standards and functional standards and maintain library services. There's still questions about that feasibility in the context of, can the building be retrofitted to meet the accessibility legislation? Until we conduct our building audit, we don't know. How much will it cost? We don't know that either until we figure out what work needs to be done. Does the library need to be expanded? We don't know that. There's other sort of fundamental questions that need to be answered. So with this motion, my understanding is that the conversation changes fundamentally from will the library stay open or closed to how do we deal with the very real problem that the library, the community is not happy with this level of service. There's a funding problem, there's a building problem, but we need to find solutions for those. And I think that will change the course of the conversation on Wednesday. And hopefully it'll become far more productive and positive as opposed to an us versus them, close it or open it proposition.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor?
That's sort of the direction I was going. Is this motion in the least bit premature based on Wednesday's meeting? Based on the lack of information that we have in regards to the facilities? Are we putting, again, the cart before the horse? I agree that we want to keep the library service in Fenwick, no question, but at the same time, we also realize that if it's going to cost us $20 million to fix up a 95-year-old building, we're not going to do that, right? So we might have to go in a different direction. So I think the motion is maybe too widespread for what we're really wanting to accomplish. Okay, we have a building that we can use currently, why don't we use that building and see what comes out of the how might sessions that we've been so diligently working with.
Thank you. The amendment is to change it so that the town of Pelham will continue to provide physical library facility in Fenwick at a Maple Liquor Library branch, ensuring that its delivery of services within the town's fiscal abilities. That's the amendment. Any further comments on, did you have a comment on the amendment? I can't remember whether it was on the amendment or on
I have a
the...
further comment with regard to the subject,
Okay.
whether this amendment or not is another.
Okay, so that's the amendment, okay?
Does it say town-owned property, does it? Town-owned building?
It doesn't stipulate, and
Okay, well, I thought
I
that
would
was-
say to you, Counselor, just to echo what the CAO says and what Counselor Papp has said, this, and whether this is premature or not, councillors will have to decide for themselves as they cast their vote. But to me, this amendment says it takes out of the mix the possibility that there will be no physical library facility in Fenwick. This would say, yes, there will be one, within fiscal abilities, of course. So if it's $20 million, you know, obviously that's not, it's likely not in the town's fiscal abilities, but it does say that it will provide that physical library facility. So, and I think as I look at this and the entire motion with this amendment, it really speaks to the idea of the conversation, instead of the conversation being about absolutely everything, including no physical services. It changes the conversation to a much more helpful area of how might we fix up the existing facility? How might we have another facility that might be even better? How might we maintain that historic building? How might we encourage people to use the library even more? How might we make the library in Fenwick a place that people desperately want to go to? It changes that conversation to the positives, as opposed to the negatives. So I am supportive of this amendment, and I'm ready to call the question. If you are, all those in favor? Any opposed? And now to the motion as amended. Councillor Ribbiak.
Mr. Mayor, I had some things that I wanted to say, and you've said them very well, so I'm not going to take your time.
Sorry to steal your thunder. Any further comments on the motion as amended?
I'd like a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The councillors asked for a recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
So to the amended motion, Councillor Kersey?
Not in favor.
Councillor Jurley?
In favor.
Councillor King?
In favor.
Councillor Lane?
In favor.
Councillor Papp?
In favor.
Councillor Ribbiak?
In favor.
In favor.
The motion carries as amended.
Thank you very much. The clerk has stated that the motion carries on a recorded vote. Thank you all. We look forward to the session on Wednesday and next steps as others have outlined. Next item on this agenda, it's hard to keep track because we've changed it so much, I believe, is the adoption of minutes. Thank you all for those that were here for that item. Thank you for being here. And I do note that there's two here for another item. We'll see if we can get to that rather quickly. It has been moved by Councillor Papp, second by Councillor Durley. The following minutes be adopted as printed, circulated in red. Regular meeting of Council, March 17th. Any errors or omissions with those St. Patrick's Day minutes? There being none, I call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. The next item is, is business arising. This has been moved by Councillor Ribbiak and seconded by Councillor King. There is a very small change, just to give the history of this. and this is about the hamlet of Ridgeville. Whereas Ridgeville became a village in the township of Pelham in 1865, that's the change, and whereas the historic village of Ridgeville failed to be included in the Greenbelt Plan, and whereas it not being included does not allow Niagara Region or the town of Pelham to deal with the appropriate policies for that area, and whereas on February 27th, 2014, Niagara Regional Council requested the province to re-examine the area and include it in the upcoming review of the Greenbelt Plan. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Pelham requests that the province of Ontario examine that historic hamlet area of Ridgeville in the town of Pelham and include it as an area as a designated hamlet in the upcoming review of the Greenbelt Plan, and that this request and resolution be circulated to local MPPs and area municipalities for support and endorsement. We've had multiple conversations on this. Anything more need to be said? You ready for the calling of Councillor Kersey?
I've made enough enemies tonight, but I'm going to make another one probably.
Go ahead.
I'd like to understand what the protocol is here. This council has received 2 reports with respect to the hamlet designation for Ridgeville. Both reports recommended against proceeding with any action with respect to that hamlet, and yet our representatives on regional council have gone forward and brought forward a motion in contrary to the wishes of this council. And I quite frankly do not understand how that can go ahead without our representatives coming back to this council first and saying, council, we understand the report, we respect what has been put forward in the action of this council, but this is what we are proposing to do, and this is the implications of it. As opposed to going forward and acting, in my view, contrary to the wishes of, or the recommendations of our staff and the wishes of this council.
I'm going to respond to that, and maybe staff can respond as well. I think this is not at all contrary to the wishes of this council. Council, for 2 reasons. First, council and regional council and staff and town staff here said that we can't do what the delegate wanted us to do. We can't put in hamlet policies. We can't put a circle around it and say it's a hamlet. And this council said, we agree. We understand that the reason we can't do that is because it's not in the Greenbelt Plan. What this is saying is it's recognizing that it was missed in the Greenbelt Plan and asking the province to consider examining it and including it in the Greenbelt Plan review that's coming up in 2015. So there is a review that's coming up then. And the second point is, we did speak about it at length. We talked about it in my reports. Councillor Beatty spoke about it, etc. And I promised council that we would bring it back, the same resolution, essentially, that regional council approved, which is requesting the province to re-examine the area in the upcoming review of the Greenbelt Plan. It's not, in my view, doing anything contrary to what this council said. It's simply saying, you know what, it was a hamlet before, it's not in the Greenbelt Plan, that's why we can't act. Would you please look at it and see if you can include it as a hamlet in the upcoming review? So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Well, it does in one phase, Mr. Mayor. I still think it would have been more appropriate that both you and Councillor Beatty could have presented that to this council, that these were the actions you were going to take, and understand, because the motion is that Pelham is asking for this. And yet this council didn't decide that, or direct our representatives that that was the action we wanted to take. So I don't want to make a big deal out of it, except that I was a little bit taken back to see it.
I guess the other thing is, as you'll see from the minutes, which are also included as a part of this, regional council or regional committee, planning committee, did hear from the resident, the delegate, about it, and it's reacting to that. We've heard him here, and so it's seen that this motion, which is business arising, is really reacting to both what we heard here and also what regional council did on its own, because regional council was dealing with the hamlet policies, and they heard directly from a Pelham resident on that. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Others to this? Councillor Ribbiak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is one of those instances where we have all upside, no downside. All that we're asking for is that instead of handcuffs to be removed, doesn't tell us if we're going to do anything, but it certainly gives us the freedom to do what we want to do, when and if we wanted to do it. So I don't see a downside to that whatsoever, and it gives us greater freedom. Why wouldn't we want it? I'm going to support it.
Okay, thank you. Any others? We're ready for calling of the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Now we move to consent agenda items to be considered in block unless you tell us that there's some items that need to be lifted. Are there any items that committee, council members would like to lift for separate, Councillor Durley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to lift 11.5.13, resolution from the town of Caligan.
Okay. Thank you. Others? There being none, it's been moved by Councillor Durley, second by Councillor King. The following consent agenda items be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved as applicable. 1, recommendations from the Policy and Priorities Committee of March 17th and the minutes of that committee. That's number 2. Number 3 is staff report of routine nature or for information or action. 1 is regarding the Maple Acre timeline. The council received the issue sheet summary report Maple Acre timeline for information, and just to note that there was an additional item, a CO's report from 2009 that is part of those background materials. Number 4, action correspondence of routine nature. There's a few items here. The first is from the Pelham Art Festival regarding community event status, and this is that the correspondence be received and that the clerk be directed that they do have that status. The second is a request for temporary patio extension at the Royal Canadian Legion, branch 613. I see a representative here, that the correspondence be received and that the request be received and approved. The third item under correspondence of routine nature is application for appointment to committees in Bloom and appointing Patty Haberman, and that appointment be later on this evening's agenda. The next is from the Regional Council regarding the combined sewer overflow control policy, that it be received and that we be authorized to enter into a partnership agreement for qualifying projects. Niagara Region motion regarding a long-term energy plan is also there. Then under information correspondence items, there's a letter from the Minister of Natural Resources regarding flooding, City of Port Colborne regarding construction of nuclear waste in the Great Lakes Basin, from the Township of West Lincoln regarding an application to amend their zoning bylaw to address medical marijuana. There are 2 items from Enbridge Gas Distribution, which was promised at our last meeting. AMO News Accountability and Transparency Act information, the Ontario Good Roads Association position on joint and severable liability, which is consistent with this council's resolution. Response from the Attorney General regarding bizarre licensing, a bizarre response. Lookout Village change of address, a thank you note from a representative there, George DeWer. A Fire Marshal of Ontario regarding Municipal Energy Management Program. A letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding the 2014 Provincial Policy Statement. Letter from Cindy Forrester, MPP for Welland, regarding the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. Number 14 is the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, which is coming up in Niagara in 2014. Some items from the region regarding the Smarter Niagara Incentive Program, progress update, escarpment crossing study analysis, regional official plan amendment, growing the economy, and finally 2 committee reports for information, the Pelham Active Transportation Committee from their meeting of February 11th and the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council from February 25th. And no, I'm not going to repeat that. Discussion on any of those items. Councillor Ribiak and then Durley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've had enough discussion with respect to Maple Acre, but I do want to thank our clerk for the good work that she did in putting together that timeline. I found it very useful.
Thank you very much. Any others to that? Thank you. Councillor Durley, to another item.
Several comments, and starting with 11.5.2, which is we are supporting and endorsing the resolution from the city of Port Colborne opposing the construction of nuclear waste repository in the Great Lake Basin. I think that's a great move, and I give the city of Port Colborne a lot of credit for catching this. Not only should we support and endorse it, we should also circulate to that, because certainly the Great Lakes give us 95% of our North America's fresh water, and if anything happens to that, we're doomed. So that's a very good statement. Also, I was going to lift the letter from MPP Cindy Forrester to the Minister of Natural Resources regarding the actions of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. However, I read through emails that there is now a meeting scheduled between Cindy and the chairman, Bruce Timms, and I asked Cindy to keep us informed because, in fact, the letter that Cindy wrote did contain some disturbing statements. I won't say they're facts, they're statements, and in fact, if those statements are facts, there is really some things that we should be concerned about. The last comment is 15.5.14. The Federation of Communities, or Federation FCM Niagara is the conference, Canadian conference, is being held in Niagara Falls this year. And there is an extensive program to which we got information here, and there are study groups that have been set up, and we are 12 municipalities in the Niagara region, 10 of which are going to be study areas. Pelham is not included in that, nor is West Lincoln, and I'm just wondering why. We have the Von Hill Kane Delta, which is a world-renowned geological formation, and it certainly could be some study, and we have some of the best tender fruit farmlands in the province, and we have many other items, and that I'm very disappointed that the region did not include Pelham on that, and I want that stated for the record. It definitely should be. I would like to know why, if there is a reason, but certainly we have no control over that, but I'm very disappointed that we could be eliminated or not included in that list of study groups. That is very, very sad that 2 municipalities in the region are not included and 10 are.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And regarding your last item, I know Councillor Beatty is on that committee and was involved with the study group, so perhaps I'd encourage you to ask him at our next meeting.
I may ask him before that. Thank you.
We're asking before. All right, thank you very much. Any other items, any ones that Councillor Durley raised?
Nothing that
Councillor
Councillor
Christie?
Durley
Okay,
did.
go ahead, Councillor.
Combined sewer overflow. Part of the motion is that we're directing or allowing mayor and clerk to enter into a partnership funding agreement. Yet when I look at all the projects that are listed there that are going to be partnering and supported, there's nothing in Pelham. So why are we giving the mayor and the clerk the right to enter into agreement when there is no agreement and there's no need for the monies?
You can answer that, Mr. Mann, Ms. Pupo, City Hall, Madam Clerk, somebody? Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
We were approached by the region with respect to the program, and it involves combined sewer overflows. Combined sewers include storm water and sanitary flows. The town does not have any of those combined sewer overflows. However, it also allows for studies to deal with infiltration into the system. We were not at a stage to progress with the study for this year, but we will be looking at it for 2015 as part of the budget process. The study process is the first step in rehabilitation of sewers if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
So is
Does that
this an
help?
agreement that extends beyond 2014? Is it a multi-year agreement?
I don't know if it is.
Well, I think we need to find that out before we commit to it.
Okay. Anyone can answer that, Madam Clerk?
I'll have to find out, I'll have to review the agreement, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. The, it's, I would suggest to you that the way the motion is worded for qualifying projects, if we don't have any qualifying projects this year, maybe there's some flexibility there.
Mr. Mayor, they haven't sent us the actual agreement yet, so I can't tell you what the term is.
And the rationale behind the recommendation is to, should there be any that,
Just to move forward with having the authorization to move forward.
okay. Counselor, do you want to take some different action, or?
I don't know, because I didn't lift it. I thought there would be an answer to that question. I haven't lifted it, so I don't know whether I could propose an amendment or whether I could just defer this back to staff for a report on what projects might be coming forward and how much money we might be committing to.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you can direct staff. We will investigate that and report back.
To what? Not proceed or not sign this until we get the answer? How's that
Thank you.
sound?
I'm happy.
All right, thank you. Any others to that? Any others to any other items? Oh, Councillor Kersey, go ahead, and then Councillor
I
Powell.
have a couple more. I'll try and make it very brief. Well, I support the Port Colborne initiative with respect to nuclear waste. I find it difficult to support it wholeheartedly because we really don't know what we're voting on. We haven't seen the plan. We don't know what the containment it will be. We don't know what the risks are going to be. We're taking a knee-jerk reaction and taking a NIMBY sort of approach to it.
I think, Councillor,
And motion is that
maybe
we
maybe we'll
support
ask the
and
clerk
endorse.
to, I don't think that's the motion, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion for that is an information correspondence item to receive it for information only.
So not to support and endorse.
That's correct. Not to support and endorse.
So with that, Mr. Mayor, having said that, then could I direct staff to bring forward some further information with respect to that, so that in fact, if there is something substantial there, a risk that is substantial, then we could pass a motion that would be in fact supporting and endorsing the action that's taken by Port Colborne.
Okay, I think council can direct staff to monitor the situation.
Fine.
To see if there's any additional information. Mr. C, or anything on that? No? Okay, so can we include that, the staff direction that staff will monitor the situation? Get back to us if there's
Okay.
something, if those alarm bells go off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last one, I promise. Medical marijuana. Many of the communities surrounding us are passing bylaws which look at this medical marijuana issue and ensure that it would not be cultured within so many feet of residences, would be in industrial parks or in greenhouses that are already established. I wondered whether we need to be concerned about such things and would welcome a report from staff with respect to that.
Okay, let's see if we can get a response from Mr. Glover. Mr. Glover?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, staff have looked at we've had some inquiries about medical marijuana operation or agricultural uses. We've looked at our bylaw and the building codes as well, to how we interpret this. Currently, we interpret it as an agricultural use. It's just another crop. It's licensed and controlled by the federal government. Given that, we view it as just a crop. When we get into production in that, then that becomes more of an industry, and that's currently not permitted under the interpretation we have of our agricultural use. You can grow it, you can dry it, you can pack it, you can ship it, just you would any other crop. However, if you start to make it into a secondary product, for argument's sake, cigarettes or some other thing, or start selling it on site, that's a totally different use, and that's not permitted. So we would enforce that if that was the case. The applications that we have, no application yet. The inquiries that we have at this point in time is just for agricultural purposes. It's just another crop that they're trying to grow.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any others to that? Council Papp, you had another item?
Nope.
I wanted to thank staff. There's the letter here from Lookout Village regarding a change of address. I want to thank staff for addressing that. I know that many were involved in that to make sure that that went through very seamlessly, so thank you very much, those that were involved for that. The individual representatives of that spoke to me. They wrote a letter to council, and it was solved, so thank you very much. Now I'm going to call the question on all those items. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Councillor Durley, you lifted the Town of Caledon provincial plan review.
Yes, the resolution from Caledon indicates to, at least the way I understand it, that there is the proposed changes to the Greenbelt plan, the provincial plan, and the growth plan for Golden Niagara, there is in some conflict there. So I'd like to support that and have that go back to the province to have another review to see if there is some conflicts between those three plans, and if one impacts on the other, that perhaps they should sharpen their pencils a little bit on it. Just clarification point. I move that we support and endorse and circulate to all those who were circulated.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that, Councillor Papp? Other comments to that? When I read this, I didn't see that was a problem for our community necessarily, specifically, and we could be just. I'd like to hear from Mr. Glover a little bit on this. Can you just fill in a little bit of the details?
The report is, or the letter as I understand it, Caledon's a little bit different than us, and they had pre-approval or things underway, and then they threw the greenbelt on top of it and almost sterilized those developments. There was some controversy at that time when it first came in. So what Caledon's saying is anything that was started before the greenbelt came in that the government theoretically sterilized, let's reopen the books on those and let's have development on those properties. As I understand it, being new to Pelham, I don't know if we have that situation here.
Aside from Ridgeville, perhaps.
Well, okay. So they're asking the province to relook at that issue, at any developments that were contemplated prior to the greenbelt, that they would be able to continue on. That's what I believe they're asking for. Thank you very much.
Mr. Glover.
I didn't quite understand it that way, but with reference to the Niagara Escarpment Commission plan and the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, I thought that there could be some impact there, and that's just a cautionary thing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Papp. To the motion? Nothing. Oh. Going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Papp.
Mr. Mayor, I know you're going to start with your report, but can I indulge council again? Could we ask that we deal with staff report 13.2.6? We have people out in the audience. If we could deal with the Rosewood draft subdivision plan. I don't want to circumvent you. Yeah, and we need to extend. I think what I'm being suggested, we just deal with that issue, and then the rest of the agenda we recess unless there's something diametrically that we have to deal with until Monday.
Okay.
That includes this agenda plus, what is it?
Committee.
Committee of the whole. In the in-camera items.
It's going to be committee, it's not urgent.
Okay.
We'll do this Monday.
And the in-camera's not urgent either?
It's not urgent, as I understand, there's nothing.
All right, so your motion first is to,
There's nothing urgent. Let's deal with the, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to, 13.2.
let's extend curfew first.
15
But
minutes.
specifically to deal with
Just
that
the
one
Rosewood.
item.
That one item.
Okay? The remainder,
Is there a bylaw that goes along with that as well?
and the bylaw.
And you're right, Jack, the
Yes.
bylaw.
Okay. So that the curfew's waived and that we deal with item 13.2.6 and bylaw. Do we need to do a confirming bylaw or no?
Yeah, no, because we're going
No.
to stand in recess.
Okay. Okay, is there a seconder for that?
Yes.
Councillor Lane, Councillor, you said yes, but you put his hand up, so I'll take Councillor Lane. Are we ready for the calling of the question? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. So that means that the next item is 13.2.6.
Find it.
That's it. I think so.
No, this is it.
It's been moved, thank you. It's been moved by Councillor King, second by Councillor Drilly. Council receives a recommendation report regarding zoning bylaw amendment application AM01 2013 and the draft plan of subdivision application 26T19-01013 for Rosewood Estates, part of lot 175, Geographic Township of Thorold, Town of Pelham for consideration. The council approves the amending zoning bylaw as presented on this evening's agenda to rezone the subject lands from agricultural zone to a site-specific residential R2 zone and site-specific open space zone for the proposed Rosewood Estates draft plan of subdivision, and that the mayor be authorized to endorse the draft plan as approved 20 days after the notice of council's decision has been given, provided that no appeals against the decision have been registered, and that all parties be advised of council's decision on this application in accordance with provincial regulations, and further that the owner be advised of the town's draft approval of the subdivision plan will lapse 3 years from the date of draft approval unless an extension of the approval period is granted by town council. If an extension is requested, an updated review and revisions to the conditions of the appeal may be necessary at that time. Any discussion regarding the proposal? Councillor Kersey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm very pleased to see this come forward. I think it's a great little project, and I know it's been a long time coming and for our developer. My comments or my question is really to understand the bylaw. The bylaw refers to Part A and Part B on the reference drawings, and nowhere could I find Part A and Part B on the reference drawings. And as a corollary to that as well, I wondered whether the bylaw amendments were pertaining to that block of land that fronts on Merritt Road.
Mr. Glover?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Unfortunately, there was a late schedule to the report. My apologies for that. It's Schedule B. If you refer to Schedule B of the zoning bylaw, which should be page 43 of 53, I believe.
It was uploaded this morning.
Oh, was that it this one?
Is that it?
Okay, I didn't see it.
So on that, so you're absolutely correct, and it's a good question. The green area, which is the site-specific OS 244, is for environmental protection. There's a provincially significant wetland area in that area, so it's for that protection, as well as to protect any contemplation of future development at this time. You'll note your question on fronting on Merritt Road. There is an opportunity for 4 lots there. The application may come forward at a later date to evaluate and assess that. At this time, though, it's being contained under the site-specific case classification to limit and prohibit development, I guess, in that terms. The rest of the development is residential that's slotted on that. If I may, Your Mayor, I'd like to make one technical correction on the mapping. If you refer to the subdivision mapping, there's block 63. Subdivision map, I believe, is page. Can't read the page number. Is that one right there?
Yep, thank you.
63. Block 63 is a park block. It's proposed to be held for future development. It's a little triangular piece as you go up the north side of that development. It's not represented correctly on the graphic for the zoning, so for the minutes, I would like to correct that and suggest that that will also be the residential zone for clarification purposes, interpretation. So that it's clear when future development does come forward what that zone actually is. The mapping itself will be corrected for the bylaw.
Okay, do we need any sort of amendment to that, or?
When we get to the bylaw, we suggest it be amended, and through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, will there be any changes to the wording of the bylaw?
There will not.
Okay, so I would just suggest that when we consider that bylaw this evening, you add the words and Schedule A as amended.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, anything further?
No, I think that brings clarity, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. And now to the bylaw itself. It's been moved by Councillor Ribbiak, second by Councillor King, that the Council of the Town of Pelham, here, having given due consideration to the following bylaw, do now read it first, second, and third time, and do pass the same. And the mayor and clerk be and are hereby authorized to sign and seal this bylaw, bylaw 3487, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 11 1136 to rezone the lands from agricultural A to residential R2-243 and agricultural site-specific open space OS 244 west of Port Robinson Road, south of Merritt Road, including an amendment to Schedule A, Block 63. How's that sound? Is that correct, Mr. Glover? Any further discussion? There being none, I call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That bylaw is carried. And now we have a motion. Thank you so much. That council recessed the meeting of April 7th, 2014 and postpone the remainder of the agenda, and the council reconvene to complete the agenda, and including committee, that's understood, on Monday, April 14th, 2014, immediately following the scheduled public meeting. There's a public meeting that evening? Yes. Oh, right, okay. I need a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by King, second by Ribiak. How's that sound?
Sure.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. The remainder of this meeting is recessed. Thank you very much.
Whoa.
On that.
Glad I wore that tie.
Yeah, you look sweet there, buddy.
That tie didn't bring us bad luck. We had to-
Isn't it Good evening, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, staff. I see that we have quorum, and I call this special meeting of the town of Pelham under the Development Charges Act on March 19th. I want to apologize, first of all, for being late and just running in the room here. I was just at an awards ceremony for the Niagara Community Design Awards. Pelham was up for 2 awards. One is the public realm improvements regarding the arches, and the other is a small-scale project winner, 1471 Pelham Street, which is the vacant lot that was there, and we won in both of those categories. So I was there and wanted to be there and to support Mr. Barber, Todd Barber with Forest Green Creations, who filed. So congratulations to Mr. Barber, and it's great to see that we are being recognized for the work that we're doing across the entire region as well. And there's a number of other winners, so there's some great transformation occurring across the entire region. So anyways, enough about that, but that's why I was late, and I apologize. So let's carry on with this meeting. It has been moved by Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Durley, that the agenda for this March 19, 2014 special meeting of council be adopted as circulated. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. The next item is disclosure of pecuniary interest. That is, any conflicts of interest. Do any members have any conflicts that they need to declare at this time? Can that be so noted, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Next is a public meeting under the Development Charges Act, and the first is a presentation by our representatives from Watson and Associates, Gary Scanlon and David Usitello. Is that correct? Did I get it wrong? Scanlon, I'm sorry, Scanlon. I can't read my own writing, I apologize. So thank you very much, and before you begin, I'd just like to re-invite members of the public who may not have registered. Please sign in, and you'll be getting copies and notifications, etc. So, gentlemen, I believe you're ready to do your update, and I understand that there is a change from what's been circulated, and no doubt you'll highlight that as you make your presentation.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I've been before council members earlier, I guess later in last year, and then we've had a subsequent public meeting, so this is, or an open forum really, so my presentation is going to be a little bit more trimmed down because I think people have probably heard what I've had to say many, many times, so I'll hit the highlights once again and go through the presentation. Public meeting, so this is the formal public meeting under the Development Charges Act. The process is to ensure that the The documents, the background studies are circulated. We have circulated an original document. There has been a subsequent addendum. Actually, there's an addendum that's available for the February 25th, but there's a minor adjustment that's been made to it really in the bylaw, but the bylaw's really not before council tonight. So what I'm presenting you is the information in there, but there was one refinement that was suggested by staff, which we've embraced within the bylaw. So that'll be available for everyone to take a look at. So we've met all the requirements, more than met the requirements for the Act in coming to today. Just like any other public meeting, opening remarks by the mayor. We'll make a presentation, then questions to council, the public, and then close the meeting. As I've noted, we've gone through an extended process. Started over a year ago, about a year ago, almost exactly. We've gone through to review past development charge study, the policies, the bylaws, how it's been performing. We've updated the growth forecast, which I'll present a higher level slide on it, but it's consistent with the region's forecast and ultimately the places to grow forecast for the province. We've looked at the growth-related works to help support those forecasts. We've gone through the various services. In end of September, we had a review with council to provide our initial findings. We received feedback, and after that, we had a public, we made available to the public the initial background study in early November. We had an open house. That's not an official requirement of the Act, but it's something that the municipality wished to do. And then subsequent to that, as I've noted, we've issued a background study addendum with some minor adjustments. Overall, the charge, in essence, drops in the range of about $100 per unit from what we presented before. So tonight's the public meeting. It's the official one, and then council can consider the bylaw subsequent to this presentation. Just for the public's clarity, these charges are only for capital costs, basically for the construction of infrastructure, which is needed to support the residential and non-residential growth within the municipality. Capital costs normally what's in addition to what the developers provide within the subdivision. Then the subdivision, they have the roads, the street lights. If it's urban, then it's sidewalk, water, sewer. These are charges that are normally outside of the subdivision, so it's the larger pipes, pumping stations, parks, recreational facilities, etc. Last point is just to note that all of these abilities to impose these charges are under the Development Charges Act, and in essence, these charges have been in play for about 55 years now. So they're not new, they've been around for a long time. Within the Act, we're dealing with, there was a 1989 Act which was refined in 1997, so that's the one we're dealing with today. The province has been going through a process. We may be seeing some refinements in the future, but at this particular point, the province hasn't advanced any information from their process that they were going through last year. So what we have right now is existing limitations, services we can't collect for. That would be the parkland acquisition. And that's just, we haven't got the ability through the development charge to buy parkland. But once we receive it as a dedication from developers, under the Planning Act, 5% parkland dedication for residential, 2% for non-residential. Once we acquire the land, then we can put in the development charge to develop the land into a functional park. All other services that are eligible, we can provide for land. This is the only exclusion. Municipal halls, basically city halls, so to speak, are exempt from the charge. Arts, cultural, tourism facilities have basically been eliminated. The only cultural facility that's allowed to continue is libraries. Solid waste service, recycle, reuse, landfill, and even the curbside pickup vehicles have been eliminated from the charge. Hospitals becoming more of an issue these days, but historically municipalities used to collect money to provide for hospital expansions, the local contribution. 1/3 of hospitals the funds have to be raised locally, so this assisted in paying for that, but it's been eliminated as well. Last two items are just vehicles and equipment that have a useful life of 6 years or less. So they have to be more substantial equipment that lasts longer. We're allowed to include, but the ones that don't meet that test, we don't include. And generally, computer equipment, which is basically PCs and servers, aren't allowed for as well. Quick overview of the Act. There's a lot of details to it, but this really serves to present the steps, the higher level steps involved. We start by identifying the amount, type, and location of growth within the municipality. We look at the servicing needs to accommodate that growth and specifically capital costs in order to provide the services to meet the needs of that development. From those costs, we deduct grant subsidies, other contributions. Consider if there's a benefit to the existing development. Most often that would be a replacement of, say, a fire station, a small fire station with a larger one. The replacement cost of the existing station would be a deduction of an existing benefit. There may be other deductions if we're overcoming problems within the area. Fire flows are inadequate, so if you're building a storage in order to overcome that, we would make a deduction to recognize that that part of that capital cost is resolving a problem. For all services except for water, wastewater, storm, roads, police and fire, we get to the bottom of the calculation, the Act says take off an extra 10%. So there's a mandatory deduction which is required for the softer types of services. There's historic service standards we have to measure. That's in Appendix B of the report. We have to do this average of the historic level of service. It actually, there's quality and quantity measures that ultimately comes down to a dollar amount per capita, and we use that as an amount that we can't exceed in looking at the growth within the municipality. Last one is the municipality quite often has reserve fund balances. Moving from one bylaw to the next, we have to rationalize the use of those funds. We then are left in item 5 with a net capital cost after all of those deductions. We must allocate it between the residential benefit and a non-residential benefit. Now that's not to say that for the non-residential you have to impose a charge, but what we have to make sure is when we are looking at those costs that we allocate it between the benefits, and then you can decide to charge or not to charge on the commercial, industrial, institutional side. And at the end, when we've got those splits, then we divide it back through by the population, and we come up with our residential, non-residential charges. There are mandatory exemptions, not a lot, but in certain instances, the municipality cannot impose a charge. Industrial building expansions is the largest of them. So that would provide that if I have a 100,000 square foot industrial building, I can expand it by 50% and I don't have to pay the charge. So I can go from 100,000 to 150,000. This, there has been an OMB court case which has put some definition or some further insights into what that expansion means. And basically, if you set up your bylaw properly or in a certain way, that can be limited to a one-time or an exemption of up to 50%. So there was the thought that maybe that's in perpetuity. You know, you take out a building permit, you expand, take out another building permit. But basically, if you set up the bylaw in a certain way, then it's really a one-time type of exemption. And should you choose to have an industrial charge, your bylaw is set up to accommodate that provision. The next two items are really just intensification type of provisions. If you have a single-family home, as long as you're planning, bylaws or zoning bylaws allow for it, you can add up to 2 apartments in that single-family home. And as long as you don't more than double the size of the house, no charge is imposed. And then with medium and high density buildings, you can add 1 additional unit and no charge is payable. The last one is local government sector exemption. So with your charges, you can't impose a charge on the school boards or on the region. Similarly, if they have bylaws, they can't impose it on any of your buildings. So if you build an arena, they're not going to be charging you on a per square foot basis. So it's a quid pro quo exemption amongst the local government sector. The Act also allows you as a municipality, you as a council, to fine-tune the bylaw to make it a made in Pelham policy report. So it allows you to make discretionary exemptions or adjustments. You can reduce the charge in whole or partially for certain types of developments or certain classes of development. The two most often classes we see being adjusted is maybe industrial. Your current bylaw right now, you don't charge for industrial. Or quite often we see things like bona fide farms or places of worship being exempted from having to pay the charge. Once again, it's not mandatory for those, but quite often councils turn their minds to those type of exemptions. If the charge is going to increase significantly, you may wish to phase it in over time. That's allowed for. And then the last one is it's here as a discretionary, but actually it's something which has been evolved through case law and not through statutes. The statutes. It provides for redevelopment, and the best example is if my house burns down, I should be given a period of time to replace that house and not have to pay the charge. Similarly, if I've got a 5,000 square foot commercial building and I'm going to build a 10,000 square foot, I should be allowed to get an exemption for the replacement of what was there. These generally, most municipalities provide either a 4-year or a 5-year redevelopment time frame in which to allow that exemption to occur. Within your bylaws, what we have, your current bylaw, we have hospital exemptions, places of worship. The provision for a garden suite is exempt, farm help houses, farm buildings, and institutions that are exempt from municipal taxation under social housing reform, long-term care, or mental health, unless they're operated for profit. So if they're nonprofit under these, operating under these legislations, they're exempted. I won't spend much time under local service policies other than to say that with, I think it's Appendix C within the report, we provided the details of your local service policy, so you're invited to take a look at that at your leisure. And as we move through, and you as a council, and quite often when we're assisting a council or a municipality, there's always a balance that you'd be looking for. Obviously, as you have new growth occurring within the municipality, there's pressure to provide services. Water and sewer, you're almost mandated to provide the service. If they're going to be on municipal services, you have to extend the pipes, build pumping stations and such. So some costs you can't avoid. Other costs are for things such as parks, recreation facilities, libraries. You can allow the growth to occur, but if you build no more facilities, what happens is more and more pressure it's harder and harder to get into program, to get the kids into skating or swimming or whatever, and there's more pressure that comes back to you as a council because the service levels are dropping in some cases substantially. So if you're going to allow the services to continue at reasonable levels and build infrastructure, then you're going to incur a cost. And you either defer the cost as best as possible through the development charge, or you build the buildings and you put it onto property taxes or water and sewer rates. There's no magic. Either service levels get adjusted, or if you want to keep the service levels, somebody has to pay, and it's somewhere between development charges and property taxes. Just quickly on the growth forecast, as I noted, we're consistent with the regional forecast. We've got a forecast of about 1,300 units over the 10 years and about 3,000 units over the 20 years. That would provide for about 3,300 people in the 10-year forecast and about 7,500 in the 20-year forecast. We've also provided for non-residential development in the range of about just over 400,000 square feet of building space for the 10 years, and approaching 1 million square feet over the 20-year period. You can see we've isolated the two communities of Fonthill and Fenwick with the water and wastewater. They're benefiting kind of the urban build-out of those communities, so they have slightly different totals. You can see if you total the urban build-out of the two, Fenwick and Fonthill, they're slightly larger than the 20-year forecast. This just displays from historic perspective, which is our black. That's the your actual building activity that's occurred over the past 10 years, ranging from a low of about 40 units up to just over 100. The average is in the range of about 65 units per year. You can see the forecast is somewhat higher, and as I say, this is consistent with the provincial policy statement and the region's forecast. So we've used this as the basis for forecasting the services. We have certain services which will be imposed across the whole of the municipality. Obviously, these are ones that the services are available to everybody throughout the community. So roads and related being public works, fire, outdoor rec, basically parks, indoor rec, which is arenas or community centers, library, and then administration is studies. We've then looked at area-specific servicing for the Fonthill and Fenwick area, and that relates to water and wastewater. Just because I've noted in the, we've modified slightly the projects that are provided within the, from the original study that we released to the addendum. There's a couple of adjustments. One of them was we had roads costs, which actually included water and wastewater within East Fonthill. So we've broken those costs out. Actually, in those adjustments, there's been a little bit of a reduction that's actually occurred as a result. And then updated the cost for Robinson and Merritt Road, and that's a slight for the sewers, and that's been a slight increase. Overall, and I'll show you in a minute, when we combine it, there's an overall reduction. And then we've made a couple of adjustments to the bylaw. We've refined the redevelopment, the conversion rules to match the regions. We've included an exemption for secondary single-family unit on the same property, and provided for, there's a minor area outside the proper urban areas or urban definitions for the Fonthill Fenwick area, and we recognize there's a little bit of a serviced area that's just outside of the those defined areas. So we've refined the bylaw to embrace that. So those are the changes. That's noted in detail in the addendum report. So these are the updated calculations. You can see we've got, for residential, we've got 4 categories. We've got single and semi-detached. They're the largest units. We have all other, our dwellings are medium density, and then we've got 2-sized apartments. And then we have a non-residential charge. For the municipal-wide charges, so these charges, no matter where you develop within the community, for a single detached, you're going to pay just over $10,000. If you're in Fenwick, you'll pay an additional $4,347 for water and wastewater, and in Fonthill, you'll pay just under $2,400. So if you total up, depending where you're at, if you're in the rural area, you're just over $10,000. If you're in Fenwick, you're $14,400, and if you're in Fonthill, you're roughly $12,500, just under that. And then similar type of thing with the non-residential, we've got $4, just over $4 a square foot for the municipal wide, and then we've got area-specific charges ranging from a low of $1.60 in Fonthill to $2.78 in Fenwick. Just to show you, this is what your current bylaw provides today. You can see the municipal wide is $6,300. The report that we went to the public session with in November, we had $10,100. You can see we've dropped by about $100 with the most recent addendum. So current charge is $6,300. What's been put forth for council's consideration is just marginally over $10,000. In the Fenwick service area, you're currently at $5,100, and with the updated calculations, we'll actually drop by about $800 to $43.47. So you can see if you total this number, the municipal wide with the area specific, we're suggesting $14.4, and your current in that area is $11.4. Similar type of thing in Fond Hill. Currently, the charge is for water and wastewater is just under $2,800, and we're suggesting a charge of just under $2,400. So we'll go from $9,100 roughly to $12,451. There was, and this is the non-residential, you can see currently, council is elected to collect for $1 per square foot in the urban areas. The calculated charge is actually $2.78 for just the water and wastewater in Fenwick and $1.60 in Fond Hill. And then there's the municipal wide charge, which we calculated at just over $4. The council currently has elected to not impose those charges. One of the things, and it's covered in the in our earlier presentations and such, is just the question was posed: what if we combine the Fenwick and the Fond Hill areas into one charge? You're allowed to do that. This is a water and wastewater charge. Many municipalities will combine it, so you'll get one water and wastewater charge across the whole community. So we've provided that for council's consideration should you wish to go, and that's the highlighted area. Within Fenwick right now, the calculated charge is $43.47. In Fond Hill, it's $23.94. If we average them together, both areas would be $2,791, so roughly $2,800. So Fenwick drops a bit, Fond Hill increases a bit, and that's the combined charge. So that's something that's there for your consideration as well. And then the corresponding non-residential charge, you see Fond Hill would go up a titch, 20 cents, 24 cents, and Fenwick would drop by about 90 cents. Last three slides are just to compare where you're at today and where the calculated charges are and how those charges compare to other jurisdictions. You can see we've gone basically in the Niagara region. The blue area is the regional charges. The red is the, sorry, these are the lower tier charges, I apologize. The red is the upper tier, so the regional charges. And if you see yellow, those are for those areas that have school boards that impose charges. Those are the school board charges. So you can see generally you're in the Niagara area. We have charges that are roughly from about, in total, about 18,000 at the low, range to a high of about, in Lincoln, about $25,000. Your charges are basically just a little left of the middle. Currently, you can see you're here, and the charges are slight increases to the $2,400 range. When we take a look at the commercial charges, you can see currently you're at this level, and which your portion is quite small. The regional portion is actually quite large, and we'd be adding about $3 a square foot, and that would actually move you along the line to in and around the Niagara-on-the-Lake Lincoln realm, a little bit higher than Fond Hill, a little bit higher than Grimsby. On the industrial, similar types of comparison. You see currently you're in this realm, and this would put you in and around Niagara-on-the-Lake's current charges or Lincoln's. I didn't mention, but what we did just to give you a comparison is we took a couple of municipalities in the western GTA, just to give you a perspective on what the GTA are charging. We've got Hamilton here, we've got Milton, Burlington, and then we gave you outside the GTA, Guelph and Kitchener. So that really rounds off my presentation. As I noted, tonight's just for information. Subsequent to this, Staff will be bringing forth a final report with the bylaw. Everything's been circulated, it's available to the public, and we look to your guidance on this matter.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate that. Next is input from the public, and then we'll get councilors' input. So thank you again for the presentation. I wonder if any members of the public would like to present, ask questions, etc. at this time. Mr. Delicio, could you please just come up to the podium, and so that all can see you? We can also, we also are recording this, so this will go on our website, and so you can speak through the microphone there, and just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is John Delicio. I represent Sterling Realty in St. Catharines. I currently develop in the town of Pelham, have developed prior subdivisions in Pelham, and quite aware of the development charges, their benefits, and some of the pitfalls that we can fall under when we use development charges to finance infrastructure and other costs. Just like to make a few general comments. It's a substantial increase that's occurring in the development charges, approximately 30 to 35%. I think that's a large percentage increase, but looking at where municipalities in general are going, I think the amount can be acceptable. My concern is that the numbers that are being used, the capital expenditures, and the development charge amount that's been determined, and the amount of units that were used to determine these per unit costs. I think last year there were 37 housing starts in Pelham. This study is forecasting, if I remember correctly, going to 100 units and then to 160 units per year. I'm a little skeptical that those units are attainable. I know the market quite well. I think we can get there eventually, but over the short term, I think we're going to have a problem. Time will tell. The question becomes, if we don't have those number of housing starts and we don't have those number of units contributing to DCs, we're going to have a serious shortfall. So I'm a little concerned where some of the monies are being spent. I submitted a letter on November 26th which outlined some of my concerns. One area that stands out to me quite clearly is the amount of monies that are being spent on parks and recreation, which I think works out to approximately 30% of the DCs are going to parks and recreation. That number was based on prior level of service and at the highest level of prior level of service. I'm a little concerned with that. I would rather see the monies being spent to the essential services at initial stages, and as the development continues and grows, that we take a closer look at our parks and recreation. Currently there is approximately $500,000 in our Parks and Recreation Reserve Fund, which is our largest portion of the reserve fund. To keep allocating those kinds of monies in parks with only the 37 units we've been doing per year, to me, I'm a little concerned. And I think that council should take a close look at that, because if there is a shortfall, it would have to be picked up in the next DC study. Those are some of my comments. Like in general, like I say, the amount I think our industry can absorb. I'm a little concerned on the number of units that were used to, because if we forecasted lower units, 50 units per year, 60 units per year, those DCs would be double. So if we have a shortfall, that's what we're going to be faced with come our next DC study. So I think that's something that needs to be strongly looked at. I would hate to see, if we're here 5 years from now, that DCs are going to be $30,000 or $40,000 to cover the expenditures that we've incurred. I think that we need to do those expenditures, but if there's a way to reconsider how much is being spent to other areas outside the essential service, I think that should be looked at. But again, that's not for me to decide. I'm just making my comments based on what I've experienced and what I've seen. In my letter that I submitted on November 26th, I had some comments. One was in particular to, when I worked on the East Fun Hill Secondary Plan during its design, my lands and the lands south of Port Robinson Road, we looked at different collector roads and different road alignments, and the extension of Station Street was approved as being a collector and a connector road for the development south of Port Robinson Road. At the time, staff assured me that the construction of that portion of road would be included in DCs. I had my surveyor do the survey for all of that to be done, and I was assured once the East Fun Hill Secondary Plan was approved that it would be included in the DC study. To date, I have not seen that occur, and I have not been given an explanation why that has not been done. I would like to have an explanation given why I was assured in the past, someone who can answer that for me, or who is responsible. Since providing my letter November 26th, I have still not received a response from that. One other comment is on non-statutory exemptions. In the past, council approved $1 per square foot for commercial development. I objected to that last time the DC study was brought forward. There wasn't much development going on, so it wasn't a big impact. I strongly recommend or suggest to council that that not be done this time, that everyone should be paying their fair share, and there's a lot of expense to be paid here. I'm a residential developer, even our side. We're having a struggle here. We've only done 37 units. I say we all have to pay our fair share, and that I will pay close attention to, and I hope the council will approve the rates as the study proposes them. The other, I had raised a question with regards to these streets A, B, and C that were in the DC study. And since the original study, there was the amendment that was produced, and it identified where these roads were located. And from what I could see, they're located on private lands. The policies even stated in the DC study under local service policy, page E3. New collector roads internal to a development are direct developer responsibility. I don't understand why they're included in the DC study, and they're a cost that are paid by the development industry as a whole. I think that policy is quite clear. I would hope that that gets reconsidered. It's not equitable for certain lands to get internal collector roads included in DCs and other properties not. That's a policy that's always been used in development charge determinations, is what's equitable for all lands should be consistent across the board. To me, that's not an equitable determination for the lands in Fawn Hill as a total. Those are basically my comments that I have. Like I said, I would like to, hopefully on some of the, if I could get some answers to clarify what the reasoning is for some of those concerns that I have. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Delicio. Let's see if we can get those answers for you. Mr. Delicio, if you want to just stay up up there. We're going to see if we can get the answers for you right now.
Okay.
If not, a timeline on when we can get those answers to you. So the first question that I have, and we certainly appreciate your feedback, was the extension of Station Street, that you were under the impression that it was going to be included and it's not in the study. And I wonder if we can have Mr. Mantle respond to that. Mr. Mantle?
Don't have anything right now. Those were comments we believe were made by previous employees of the town. We can certainly look into that.
Okay, and we'll have a written response or something back to Mr. Delicio? Okay, and then the other was the streets A, B, and C on, maybe just to that point, Mr. Delicio, that wasn't included in any future forecasting in the existing study. Maybe the consultants will have that, the extension of Station Street that's not written anywhere. It may have been just a verbal, or do you have anything in writing, Mr. Delicio, to that?
Emails?
Emails would be helpful. I think you put it in your, you put it in your
I don't know if Phil
letter?
has the letter. I've got them here. I provided a letter
Okay.
in May of 2013.
Okay.
Which had the correspondence from Marty Amich and Kelly Walsh at the time.
Okay, so perhaps you can circulate that to staff, and then we'll get a written response to you on that issue. The other was streets A, B, and C, and who can answer that? Mr. Mantle or Madam Treasurer? Mr. CAO, who can answer? I know which, I believe I know which streets they are, but the comment from Mr. Delicio of,
Through you,
Go
Mr. Mayor,
ahead.
the streets identified as streets A, B, and C would be for the portion of the street that relates to a building that the town would construct. So it was if the community center is in the bylaw, and we were anticipating that the community center would be on a certain portion of land, we would have to own that land, so the funding would be, the DCs would be the town's portion of the DC. It would not be a private developer's DC.
okay? Does that help?
Policy for.
Does that
You're saying, because, but they're not all on the town-owned lands.
Mr. Scanlon, can you just
I'll have to
help
go
us
back
out here?
and check the details of notes, but I recall the discussion that we're having was that because a sizable amount of the road flow was probably coming from is there an arena, right? There's
Arena
Potentially
community
arena, yeah,
so
community
that
center.
a lot of the traffic generation would be from that and the migration out. So we provided only a component of it, which would to some extent be the oversized or the town contribution towards those roads in order to recognize the traffic. So it wasn't full cost in there, it was a contribution.
And maybe that can be something that's highlighted when it comes forward from the meeting to council for
Currently,
information.
a proposed plan for that is the town has not approved a plan to move forward with that, correct?
No, we haven't. It's proposed, and we'll be getting the, and the CEO spoke about this, at council, we'll be getting the business case test at our April 7th meeting, and the council will have to make some
Something
determinations, so.
different than what's proposed now might be approved, correct?
It's a potential, I would.
My question, why would
think, Mr.
we-
CEO? Do you want to just comment on that?
It's proposed, the planning work is commencing, Mr. Mayor, and we're moving towards subdivision application, so that has not yet been made. It should be made shortly. And council will have to make the decision about whether or not they're proceeding with a recreation center.
I'm having a consultant look at that to say if those funds are identified for that. I mean, I've seen the numbers, and it's several $1 million. When you combine the water, wastewater, and the roads, our industry is going to be paying for that. And like I say, we'd like to be sure that it's not contrary to other policies that are being used in the DC study.
Okay.
I've come across these in the past before, and I'm not comfortable with the way it's being done on internal lands. But again,
Okay, well,
we're going to look at it closer.
The consultant said he didn't have the detail. I think moving forward, we should ensure that we get that detail and specifically highlighted when this comes forward to council. So we'll ensure that we have that, and also that staff will get back to you with a response and investigate a little based on the emails that you provide regarding the extension of Station Street. Is there anything further?
Okay, the one regarding the parks, like, is that, like I said, I brought that forward. And again, it's something you guys discuss. Who determined the amounts that were going to be used for DCs for parks?
projects.
Yeah, we'll get that answer, and then I'm cognizant of the time and that there may be some others. So,
Again,
Madam Treasurer?
The Director of Public Works and the Director of Recreation and Culture and Wellness assisted in the DC development for the parks, but it comes straight from our capital budget projections that we present to council each year, and we use the 5-0 rollout of that capital that's included in the DC bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So if that's helpful, I hope.
Very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Delicio, and staff will be sure to get that information to you regarding the extension. Thank you, staff. Are there any other presenters that would like to present to council and perhaps ask some questions that we can get some clarity for you either now or later? Mr. Kaiser, thank you. I hope you,
Thank you, Mr.
provide
Mayor.
your
address
address for the clerk.
I was going to stay silent, but I thought I'd say a few things. Stephen Kaiser, I'm representing my company, Kaiser and Associates, Inc., and Fontaine Gardens. Just general comments. I've worked with the Development Charges Act with Mr. Scanlon and Mr. Watson for a number of years since the inception of the act, and we worked with the minister to put it together. I think, from an industry perspective, we will always want to see DCs lower, and municipalities want to get the cost of growth included in. It's a delicate balance, and it's a delicate balance that could be argued almost on every line item in terms of what is the growth-related cost, what is the benefit to the existing ratepayers, and what's the benefit beyond the period of the DC. But I don't know if the industry's kind of lost its steam, or we've all come to an agreement that the town, the municipalities need these costs to make growth happen within their boundaries. So my comment is generally in support of what's here tonight. I have a question specifically to my company that owns 2 properties that we will be demolishing the houses and building other houses. And the exemption, I think, is discretionary in the act, and I stand to be corrected, but I didn't see it in the bylaw enshrined, and I wondered if that's an oversight or that's automatic. That's my sole question.
Mr. Scanlon, can you answer that regarding demolition? It's usually
I
a
might have
5-year
missed it.
period, is it not? Yeah. Mr. Delicio has read it with a fine-tooth comb. He says it's 5 years.
11 sub 1, or on page F12, and it provides for, when you take out the building permit, you look backwards 5 years, and if your building
I'm
was
fine.
there, then you get the exemption.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiser, for your presentation and for your question. I'm glad you got your answer. Are there any others? Thank you, staff. Are there any others that would like to present regarding the presentation and the proposal that's council will have to consider? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Okay, thank you very much for the public input that we have received. Now it is time for members of council, and I guess maybe we should put this recommendation on we can receive it and then we can ask questions, comments. Okay, so it has been moved by Councillor Durley, second by Councillor King, that the Town of Pelham 2014 Development Charge Background Study and Presentation prepared by Watson and Associates Economists Limited be received. Now's the time for council questions, comments. Who would like to start? Councillor Ribbiak, I see, and there will likely be others. Councillor.
Thank you. I have just a couple of points. One is a question for information. The other is just a comment, if I may. My question is with regard to the charts that you've indicated in which you show Pelham DCs compared to other communities. These, of course, are the development charges, both current and projected. Where are the comps on that? Are they current and or projected? Are we going to be in the same place once the cycle is through with everybody, or?
Many, through you, Mr. Mayor, many of the municipalities are going through their updates right now. Niagara-on-the-Lake has recently, last year, have adopted their charge. I know that Lincoln's just releasing their report shortly. Yeah, a lot of the municipalities are just will be releasing their updated charge. Probably 2/3 of Niagara will be releasing their updated charges over the next 3 or 4 months. So Niagara passed theirs last year,
Yes.
beginning of last year, if I recall. So that's in place.
Region, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, if I understand Mr. Scanlon's answer, by the time they're all in, our comparison may settle back to where we are currently? Or is it expected to stay
Go
pretty
downward,
much
Mr. Scanlon?
the others?
Well, Niagara on the Lake generally was in the same order of magnitude. I can't comment on any of the other ones right now, but just going through and talking with the staff, I mean, there's a couple of them there where they're marginal increases. I don't think they'll be horrendous. You know, they may be in certain cases because of water or whatever servicing issues. We may see a 10 to 15% increase. There's one or two I can think of that'll be pretty well status quo. But I can't give you details if I haven't released the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I won't
Scanlon.
ask for your best guess either. My other, excuse me, my other point is with regard to the differential in the rates between Fenwick and Font Hill, particularly around water and wastewater. I'm hearing that the alternative calculation was made because it is within council's discretion to make a decision as to whether to eliminate the differential. And I also take it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor, that the time to discuss that will be when we talk about the bylaw as opposed to this evening.
I would think so, but I think staff are, when the bylaw comes, staff will be looking for direction. So maybe we need an answer from the treasurer in terms of if something's not done this evening, and, you know, I mean, we're going to hear feedback from the public, which we've done, and from council. But if nothing's done or direction given on this particular issue this evening, what is going to be put forward from in the bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I definitely would be seeking some sort of direction in that manner, so that the report that comes to council is the bylaw with what council is preferring to see, and then the discussion could happen, and then approval of, or adoption of the bylaw at the next meeting following.
Okay, so you prefer something this evening, some sort of direction on that point, if there's a change?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
In that case, Mr. Mayor, I would like the opportunity to ask council to consider eliminating the differential. Shall we do that in the form of a motion, or?
I guess it would be now, right? Is this a public meeting? When would that be done, Mr.
I think it would just be general direction, and it would be included in the bylaw.
Go ahead, why don't you say that publicly, please?
Sorry, I should speak up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would suggest that you don't need a motion, Mr. Mayor. I would think that if council would like to provide direction for staff to consider that, we certainly would. Include whatever changes council indicated for consideration at the time when the bylaw is considered, and council can debate the point at that time.
That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then I'd like to make just a couple of points about the differential. It's one that I think ought to be eliminated, and I'm going to be asking, I guess, our colleagues to consider giving that direction to staff. Seems to me that, first of all, it is, at this moment, discretionary. There's no statutory requirement for us to maintain that differential. It's something that we can change if we want to, and therefore we ought to consider it. Second, I think that the differential, and it's a significant differential because it's a couple $1,000s as it stands right now, the differential between Fenwick and Font Hill flies in the face of, I think, our desire to have this Pelham as one town with one set of circumstances that affects development and all other circumstances within the town. So it's hard to talk to residents about Fenwick, Font Hill, other parts of the town being part and equal partners in one corporation if that difference exists. Third, I think when there's a differential in development charges like that, like it or not, the suggestion is that development is being encouraged in one part of town where the development charges are less, and therefore by implication discouraged in another part of the town where development charges are higher. And I'm not sure at all that we as council are communicating a desire to have development occur in one part of town in preference to another. So I think that to the extent that that differential might give that message, it's probably not the right message, and maybe we'll consider changing it. And I guess lastly, in looking at the numbers, the elimination of the differential makes a much greater difference to Fenwick than it does to Fonthill, in that while there's an increase in the development charge of approximately $500 to Fonthill, it would be the reduction of a development charge in the neighborhood of $1,500 to Fenwick in order to achieve that parity. So I think that if we have an agreement that Pelham would be better served with a single development charge across the board, I hope that we're able to give that direction to staff to do that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Rybak. Others, I see Councillor Durley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to ask a question. There historically has been that difference. Now, my understanding is the difference in rates is because a lot of Fonthill has been developed, and therefore it is cheaper to hook into the current infrastructure system, and it would be more costly to do it in an area that doesn't have that. Am I correct in understanding of this? And
I don't know who wants
staff
who's able to answer to that. It does specifically deal with water, wastewater, I gather.
The charge deals with
Scanlon?
those costs that you need to add on today. So it could have been, and I'm not familiar enough with the history of the infrastructure to know that maybe some more has been advanced and there's only a nominal increment that's left. I don't know.
I'm just wondering if in fact, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, and this being a comment, if in fact development charges in the past have developed Fonthill to a state where it's cheaper to develop water and wastewater services, then these costs have already been made, whereas these investment has not been made in the other areas of town. And this is just a hypothetical question, or not a question that I would like to go, like, what is the reason for the difference? If there is no reason for the difference, let's make it one. If there is a reason, obviously, we should keep it as that. And that's just where I'm coming from with that question.
Okay, thank you. Can somebody answer that? I'm looking to Mr. Mantle or to our treasurer.
I can give it a try. I think it's historical in nature. Again, Fonthill's always been more urbanized than Fenwick. There's a tighter knit road network in Fonthill than there is in Fenwick. So there's the ability to service much easier. You can lay the pipes that you need for outlets for certain areas of development more readily, since everything's in place already. I think that could be part of the reason why.
Okay, but it sounds like council's looking for the answer in terms of it being historic. I do recall that the change was made at the last bylaw, but not prior to that, I don't think. And some of it, I think, was to make up for something that wasn't captured, and it was sort of to rebuild it, a fund. And I think the question is whether that fund's been brought up to what was required. So maybe if that report can be circulated as well. That's my recollection for those around the table. I see some.
No, exactly, but I remember as well. At the
Yeah.
2009 DC.
That's right.
There was a catch-up.
There was a catch-up charge. So have we caught up is the question.
Yeah.
Right? That's how it was proposed to council. So, Madam Treasurer, I don't know if you don't have that report with you.
No, I don't have the report. I do remember at the time that we were developing the 2009, that was area specific for that reason. However, as you're aware, the DC Reserve Fund is still, not progressing at the level that we need, and we are debenturing parts of those waters and wastewater services within the DC to allow us to use the next DC to catch up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
So
Durley?
just what I'm trying to get at, if there is a reason for it to be different, which should be different, if there is no reason for it to be different, if it has got up, then we can consider the other option. And that's the information I would like to have before I would make a decision on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Others? Councillor Kersey?
I have several areas, but Mr. Mayor, specifically with
Yeah, let's
the
hold on this
rate
point
averaging.
let's hold on this point, see if other
Yeah,
colleagues have
this,
something,
I'd
and then I'll
like to
come back
address
to you.
that. I have a
Yep,
rate
go ahead.
averaging question. It's related to this.
Go ahead, yeah.
I just have a question for our consultant. When you determine the average rate, is it a weighted average or is it a straight mathematical averaging of the two fees?
Mr. Scanlon?
It's just combining the cost from the two different areas and dividing by the combined growth for the two different areas, so it'd be really an averaging across the two.
So it's like it's weighted based on development? So it's not straight, add the two fees, divide by two, and you
No,
got it.
no, it's add the costs and
So it
add
is
the
weighted.
developments and then divide them, so
Okay.
yes, it'd be more of a weighted than
It's
a.
weighted,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Anything further on that point?
Not
from-
on that point.
From other members of council? Council Pap, do you want
Well,
to comment on
I
that
think
point?
on the point of one uniform charge across the municipality, that's the issue. I concur with both my colleagues that let's find the rationalization and make that move. We don't want to do anything that's considered to be a disincentive, because what we heard loud and clear tonight is, and I know folks, you know, bottom line is, I think Mr. Delicio's point, and if this development does not occur, and we don't generate this money that we need, then the truth is, whether we like it or not, and what we do know, some of the stuff in capital, we have to revisit, because it's either that we do it and borrow the money to do it, or we actually are able to do it through DC. So I'll be happy to see that rationalization. I think my biggest concern is just the projected growth, and hopefully that what we did here the other night will stimulate and get people here to start building, so we're up to where we were before, which was, 100, 200 units a year, then I don't have any concerns. So I'm in agreement.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any others to this point? I'm just going to comment and remind councillors what I think I said in the fall, but it was highlighted again this evening. Mr. Scanlon, when he showed the rates for the region, the regional component, there was a consideration when Regional Council considered the regional bylaw. We actually looked at something similar, which was I'll call it a watershed, and a wastewater shed. So those areas that are affected by and dealt with by various plants in Niagara, there's 7 water plants and 9 wastewater plants or whatever. So you look at the different watersheds, and there was a determination made, do we charge by water, wastewater sheds, or do we charge a uniform rate? And I think I used the example of the Niagara-on-the-Lake, where there's a significant capital component that's required to bring Niagara-on-the-Lake up to what's required. The charge would have been $14,000 per unit for wastewater alone in Niagara-on-the-Lake, and the rest of the region was somewhere, and it was depending on which wastewater shed you were in, it was around $2,000, $2,500. So Regional Council made the determination that we were going to average it out because it would stifle growth, because it would say, well, the developers would probably not develop there, they develop elsewhere, and we didn't want to make that determination. Instead, we wanted the development community to make that determination, the builders, the developers. So we averaged that out. It went up slightly and kind of averaged out, I forget what the number is, somewhere around 2,700, I think. But it was, I'll say minuscule. It was small to the rest of the region, but very, very important to a particular part of the community. So, and that's in that blended rate. So when Mr. Scanlon shows the chart in that blue or red part that represents the region, that is in there. So that determination was made across the region. Maybe it's something that we do need to make here. But, as Councillor Durley said, I think it is wise to get the rationale for it. If there was a makeup period, funding of something that was required, we should have the answers for that. So I think staff has gotten direction that council's looking for more information before it makes its determination, but I would suggest that concept is still a possibility. So if that's okay with everybody, we'll get that information before we approve the bylaw. Now, Councilor
And just
Pap, on that?
quickly,
Go ahead.
you're right on, Mr. Mayor, because the truth is, Councilor Durley and I have been here for the longest period. There was request for extension of water, sewer out in Fenwick during our early years in council. And in order to do that, you have to finance it somehow.
Right.
So it's a natural progression that we got into these different varying rates. But if that rationalization no longer applies, then a uniform rate applies, come see, come saw, it's the same thing, you know?
Right.
So it'd be interesting to see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we can leave that now, and staff are clear on where council's head is at the moment. Councilor Kersey, you said that you had other items, so go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Mayor, through you. To our consultant, Mr. Scanlon, I have a tendency to agree with a point that was raised by Mr. Delicio with respect to the aggressive housing forecasts. And while I recognize that they're in line with the regional forecasting and the provincial growth targets, I'm wondering what the net effect would be if we took a less aggressive approach over the term of the bylaw over the next 5 years. Would the net effect be that we would have to reduce our costs, our capital expenditures to keep the DCs in line with the level that we're talking about? Or would the net effect be that we would actually have to increase the DC charges on the number of housing starts? And how could we phase in to better appreciate what the marketplace is most likely going to portray to us, and that is that there'll be a gradual building of momentum in the new developments like East Fawn Hill and East Fenwick, as opposed to going from, 40 to 65 to 100 to 140, all within a 2 or 3 year period. Seems unrealistic to me. We haven't met that target over the last 10 years, and yet we're projecting it over the next 5 years.
Well,
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Mayor, as I've noted, first off, we've advanced the forecast that's there under the places to grow and the region. So we're consistent with that. In regard to water and wastewater, the approach we did was, here's the build-out generally of this envelope, and here's the amount of infrastructure we need to put in there. So it's really not time-driven. If you build it all in 1 year, or you build it in 50 years, basically the charge will be the same, because we've looked at, total services, total units, so that won't vary. As we get into many of the other services, it's driven by service level caps. So I didn't get into it too much this time around, but you recall I spent a little bit of time talking about how the Act says that we do this calculation, and what we charge in the future can be no higher than the average level of service in the past. And quite often that cap, we end up bumping up against that cap for the services. So if I cut your growth in half, I'm still using that cap times the growth. It won't change the charge very much. Now, it will a little bit in things like studies. You still have to do certain studies, every 5 years, like official plans and such. You may find that they go up a bit, and there may be some other services that end up coming down. Generally, you don't see a huge swing. If we change the growth forecast, cut it in half or double it, you really don't see huge swings. Maybe vary by 5%, maybe maximum of 10. I don't think you'd see it vary any more than that.
Thank you, Councilor.
I guess I'm a bit surprised by that, the mathematics there. I don't,
Because of the capping.
it's because of the capping.
As well.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Thank you.
Anything further, Councilor?
No.
Any other items? Okay. Other members of council on any other items? I have a couple of items. The first is interest. It is being charged. I think I saw it there.
Yes, it's in the bylaw that it shall
Okay.
be charged.
And it wasn't in the region's bylaw before, so I'm glad it's here. Indexing, I think we heard at the last time, so these rates have really been in place, the current values have been in place for the last 3 years. There has been no increase and no indexing. How are we treating indexing? Is it an automatic? Or how does that work? What's being suggested on that?
Through you, in the addendum where the bylaw is situated, there is that as of January 1st of each year, it will be indexed to the construction price indexing.
So that'll be statutory and regulated.
Yes.
Okay, so that is a bit of a change.
Mhm.
So it's important to know that. Some have raised the idea of a phase-in, and then I think also timing. So we heard from the CAO that council's, going to make, as we all know, some decisions regarding community center, et cetera. So I'm just looking for the timing of this. Where is this coming? There's additional information. And then are there any recommendations in terms of phasing this in and the timing that it would start?
You too, Mr. Mayor. Again, in the bylaw currently, it does dictate that there is no phase-in, that this DC charge would be full. So I would need some direction from council if that's something that they wanted to consider for my report on the bylaw. It would have to be changed in the bylaw to reflect that.
Okay. And this would be in terms of the timing, it's slated in April, I guess, but our current bylaw is in existence until the end of August, is that correct? Mr. Scanlon?
You have a choice. You could make the bylaw effective the date that the existing bylaw expires. That then would give you a transition period if you wish, between now and that gives X number of months. It's all in and then the start date of the bylaw will be it'll last 5 years from the date it kicks in.
Okay.
So that's a transitional.
And there's some requirement regarding the background study and the timing of that. I think there's a year period, is that correct?
That's correct. Once we pass that, technically we released the report in November. So you have up to a year with that bylaw to make, with that report if you want to make any further modifications.
Okay.
The key thing in there is, that service standard, the service standard measurements, that's the key thing in that act because it's all calendar driven, those service standard calcs. So once you go past a year, I've got to update those calculations, which is a bit of a pain. So.
And probably costly as well.
I wasn't going to mention that. But once again, you're very correct. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Those were I think all of my questions. The others were answered by council and asked by members of council. So is there anything further? Are we ready for calling the question then? Going to call the question. All those in favor of receiving this? Any opposed? The motion's carried. The next has been moved by Councillor Kersey, second by Councillor Lane, that the presentations and correspondence received at the public meeting held today regarding the Town of Pelham Development Charge background study be received for information as follows. John Delicio and Stephen Kaiser. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried, and we appreciate that feedback and as well the presence of other members of the public. Don't be alarmed, this is just a bylaw because it's a special meeting, so this has been moved by Councillor Ribbiak, seconded by Councillor Durley. The following bylaw be read first, second, and third time and passed. This is what's called a confirming bylaw. It's bylaw 3483, being a bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of council of the Town of Pelham at its special meeting held on the 19th day of March 2014. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. And it has been moved by Councillor Lane, second by Councillor Kersey, that this special meeting of council be adjourned until the next regular meeting scheduled for Monday, April 7th, 2014, unless sooner called by the mayor. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for being here. Feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can start.